to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Till until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it. I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to My Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and today is a weird fucking day. It's just weird as hell. Energy is so weird. Weird. We have Diddy that's going to be walking out soon out of court and possibly heading to Miami as soon as in a couple of minutes. He probably be walking out of court and out of federal jail pretty much. Sad day, but I kind of expected this to happen. Just the energy, you can feel it in the energy, you can feel it in the air that something wasn't right. Something was really like, it's just not right. And the fact that Diddy gets to walk and not suffering for his consequences for what he did, and the fact that they only focused on his sex. That's all they focused on was his sexy time stuff, and not focusing on the real Rico and the people behind the Rico, the people that are funneling downwards. No mention of that. But they want to push this narrative that Diddy's just a sex maniac, and that's all. That's all, folks. That's all you get to see. You normal people, you guys can afford to get out free, so that's it. You know, this is Diddy's free jail card, and so far he already has 2 that he used up. He used 2 get out of jail free cards. One was with the gun case with the club. Yeah, you don't remember that with J-Lo? Yeah. Yeah. And now this case here that only focuses on sex and his addiction to male escorts and having other people screw in front of him as he pleasures himself. That's fucking disgusting. This guy's a creep, and yet he's going to be released back to society. So we are going to have a menace to society out on the loose. Who knows what, like, this is not going to be good. It's not good. And, you know, thank you, James Comey, for giving birth to a stupid ass kid. I had to zoom in on this one. A stupid kid that don't even know how to fucking trial a case properly. And the fact that you let Diddy get away with it, you're going to regret it. The world is going to regret it. Not only the world, but I'll make sure if I die before Diddy will not make it to heaven, because I'll make sure I'll let the big man know that Diddy's a piece of shit and he needs to go to hell. And that's how I feel about it. And let's take a look what's going on at the outside of that Diddy mess, I call it. It's a travesty what happened, and a waste of time and money. A lot of taxpayer money went to this bullshit case. And not only that, they only focused on his habits of having freaky sex, and he didn't get in trouble for none of the drugs. Listen to this. I've never ever no one I've ever known that had that amount of drugs on them, especially in a hotel room, get away with it. The amount of drugs, like, you don't understand the amount of evidence that they have against this guy, and all they went after him is because he screwed with these prostitutes and porn stars and guys too. Because trust me, Diddy likes the diddle. He likes the Tootsie Roll too. So and trust, he's just not a very good person at all. Money doesn't put you in a different category in humanity. You're in the same category as all of us. And let me tell you right now, as a human, as equal as you are a piece of shit, Diddy. And you're gonna get everything that's coming to you in the near future. I can see really crazy shit happening to him. He's just this is not the end. This is just the beginning, and to show you guys how corrupt our system is, how fucked up our system is, that bad guys are good and good guys are bad, because they did the same shit to Trump. They try to take his ass down and pin him in New York, and thank God that Trump was able to like he's still not away from that, because that case is still pending. That case hasn't even been dismissed yet. Yeah, the one with Letitia James that went after Trump for all the money that he borrowed from banks and paid back. And that case still has not been reviewed and has not been dropped. And how long has it been? But yet, Diddy gets to go out of jail for all the crimes he's done and all the things that he has done. And yet he could go walk off like nothing. I don't know. When something smells like shit, it's shit. Okay. And shit doesn't change. The smell doesn't change. It's rotten, and so is Diddy. And I guarantee you, he's gonna have a special place in hell. And yeah, they're making a spectacle out of this, which is so degrading and so disgusting. Let's go ahead and show you guys. We'll show you Benny Johnson in a little bit. I want to go to a live view of what's going on, the circus outside of.
So the Mann Act does not involve coercion or force or anything like that. The Mann Act simply says that if you're bringing someone across state lines and substance engaging in prostitution, that violates the law.
Looks like Diddy's been denied bail.
Not to really go too far off. This really,
he's been denied bail, likely headed back to jail.
Never have been in that courthouse. If anything, it should have been in that courthouse, meaning 100 Center Street or something similar. In a state courthouse,
not come out of jail.
Violence,
abuse, this guy is a dangerous individual.
those types of things.
Hey,
But now we're
hey,
here.
Chloe.
It is
Chloe,
what it
how you
is.
doing?
But I think the prosecution really got humbled whether or not the judge is keeping Sean Combs in.
100%. So now tonight he'll be
you should be a
spending the night in
monitor.
NBC.
I would like to have you as a monitor of my channel, but I'll figure it out and I'll get you as a monitor.
There is now
because you do come
horizon.
here
The
quite
sun is
often.
rising for him. There is an out, and I'd like to think, based on the evidence and based on the finding of that jury, that out will be reasonable.
Anything, yeah, especially Diddy. The money that he has,
20 to
he
24 months.
was a billionaire,
Prosecution is
pretty
saying
much.
at least 50 to 60 months,
And
even more.
the
Where the
fact
judge falls, I
that
don't know.
he
But
made
there's freedom
money
for a guy
while
who's
he
looking
was
at
in
life
jail
in prison,
is
which
very
is unbelievable,
disturbing.
whether he's in jail
He
tonight or not.
And
actually
you told
made
us that there's
over
no minimum with the
$5 million
conviction, the
while he was in
prosecution
jail,
Correct, but there are guidelines,
just by
and the
renting
judges
out
generally follow those
his
guidelines, his ability
plane,
to move
his
along them,
private.
go up or down. But I think
He
we
has
have
a
to look
private
at what
his
the
own
evidence is and
plane, his
remember
own
that
little
the prosecution can still bring
home
out
jet.
in sentencing.
Well,
you
he
could not do
was
that in a
leasing
state
it
court.
out, and
All of these other allegations and the evidence there that was not supported by the jurors who said not guilty, because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt in sentencing. It's not the same
But
standard.
did he deny bail?
Do I think he's going to get 10 years? We've been
Sounds like
wrong
a
before.
nice little rhyme.
No, I do not. There is an out for him.
All right, and we'll continue watching this closely, and so that's it.
That's it for now.
Yeah, just to sum
Sounds
up,
like
this
a
has
little
been
rhythm.
a day of news on the Sean
But let
Diddy
me
Combs case. First,
verify
the jury
this.
came back and rendered a not
He is
guilty
gonna be
verdict on
denied
the heavier charges
bail,
of the
which is,
indictment. And then there was this talk about whether or not he would
it
be
looks like
walking
he's
out of
going
here.
to be
There were a lot of reasons why some people thought that might actually be the case. But at this point, we've just learned that the judge has denied the application for bail, which means instead of walking out of remand today, Sean Combs will have to wait. And the judge noted, we're told right now by Sharon Crowley, that one of the incidents of violence against a former girlfriend was in June of 2024. Sean Combs knew that
talking over me because it's my show and I get to talk. And fuck Diddy, and he needs to stay in jail. I'll come up with more charges against this dude because only two people. Let me make myself big and Diddy little, because that's what he is. He's a little Diddy. He's not even worth to put big. I'm worth to be big. As you know, a jury found Diddy not guilty of 3 of the most serious charges: 2 counts of sex trafficking and 1 of racketeering. They found him guilty on 2 counts of the Mann Act, transporting for prostitution across state lines. The defense immediately asked the judge to have Diddy released on $1 million bond while awaiting sentencing and appeal. Prosecutors argued Diddy qualified as a no bond conflict. Wait, hold on a second. It's a no bail conflict because of potential violence and flight risk. So he qualified as a no bail. But the things, they're not letting him out on bail, so he qualified as a no bail. So there's no bail, because the family tried to release him on $1 million bail. They try to get to judge to agree to a $1 million, that they were going to put up for, to get him out of jail. And immediately the judge ruled in the prosecutor's favor. It seems the juror made a wait. Hold on. It seems the jury made its decision quickly because an hour into deliberation Monday, jurors asked the judge to abolish juror 25 to the following instructions. It doesn't seem to take a rocket scientist to figure out. 11 of them seem to be leaning towards a not guilty verdict on a serious charges. Diddy was planning to go back to his home on Star Island in Miami Beach, Florida, but he will have to wait. No word on sentencing yet. So basically, he ain't getting out. It looks like he's not getting out. So everything that you're seeing right here is for nothing. It looks like he's going to go back to jail. He's going to be sentenced, I think, and he's going to have to serve his time. He's going to have to serve, the 2 charges that he was charged with. Let me see if I have it here. Give me 1 second. And the reason a lot of people are like, "Oh, we knew this wasn't Rico." The problem is the way you present the case. Okay, if the way they presented this case, yeah, it was not Rico because they presented it as a domestic violence, sex craving freak that likes to beat up on women and likes to take advantage of them at the same time. Like, yeah, if you drug someone enough and you give them enough money and purses and shoes and stilettos and makeup and all this stuff, of course they're gonna hang around. They're like, shit, I'm getting very expensive stuff, even though I'm getting beat up and I'm taking advantage of. But man, I'm getting my rent paid, my light bill paid, my insurance paid. I'm getting brand new clothes. I'm getting stilettos. I'm getting, you know what I mean? So, they didn't bring that case properly to the forefront, and yeah, so he already served 9 months. He's already been in jail for 9 months. Each charge that he was charged with, I thought I had it up here, but I can't find it now. Well, the two charges he was charged with carry a maximum of 10 to 15 years. I think it's like the max is 15 years, and it could be like as little as like 2-3 years he could serve and they could release him. But it depends how they, if they put it consecutive, like back to back, so it runs like continuously. So it could be 10 years and 10 years, so a total of 20 years. He could probably get out on good behavior within like 6-7 years, possibly, or sooner, because money talks, bullshit walks. And the fact that Diddy's sons, King Combs, is here celebrating. Pops is almost free. This is call for push-ups. You should see the stupidity that this family is. He don't deserve to come out. He don't. He's not a good person. He has done many menaces things. He has, like, I could see, because I could astral project to what he has done, and this dude don't even deserve what, like, this is nothing. He should be like kneeling on rice. That's how horrible this person is. He should be kneeling on rice daily, and that's punishment. Um, but the Maniac is a violent crime, and the fact that he was transporting, and having these, yeah, you say the word prostitution or hookers and johns and whatever you want to call them. Like, I don't know what the word is for this day. It's insanity. And the fact that people are standing out here to try to support Diddy, it just screams to me how society, it's just a failure. This is what you see here is a failure of society. These people, they don't care about Diddy. They only care about to see him and to be living the moment. All these people are gonna be disappointed when they tell him, listen, he's not coming out. And if he doesn't come out, that's it. It's all for nothing. Go back home. Just stir up something else that you want to go and protest about, because I'm pretty sure there's something that they're gonna fight for. It's just crazy, man. It's just nuts. He better serve time. It won't be enough, but if it walks out of this, hell no. I hope he doesn't walk out, man. It would be so disgusting. I was telling my friend Tyson Del Cruz, I was like, yo, man, there's a possibility he could walk out tonight. He could walk, and no punishment, no nothing. And that would be the worst thing for society. What an example you're setting to the people that are watching this, that it's okay to commit crimes of that nature, beat somebody up of in that nature, especially a female. You know what I mean? How are you gonna go and kick a female in the head and the face and punch her and slap her and abuse her and throw her around like a rag doll and get away with it. Like, that's disgusting. I have zero respect for Diddy. I never liked the guy. The guy is a piece of shit. He's a creep. He's nothing but a drifter. And not only that, like, I want them to open up an investigation into the Biggie case. I want them to reopen the case on the Tupac case. There's a lot of cases. His ex-wife that mysteriously died. Like, that case needs to be reopened and like forensic. Like, they need to go deeper and see what the fuck happened to Kim Porter. Like, there's so much things I have more questions than I do answers, because it's just ridiculous that they were trying to give this guy an out to be out, like, to get out, and there's no way. Okay, they didn't get him on the RICO and they didn't get him on the sex trafficking, which doesn't make any fucking sense. But then they're gonna charge him with trafficking within state lines. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It just, the whole case doesn't make any sense. So, I'm not gonna focus too much on this, because this is an ongoing thing, and it's just, it really has me in a bad spot. It really has my stomach, like, not feeling good. The energy is just not good with this. I have my theories and my thoughts, especially with the jury, and especially with how this case was presented. I feel like there was outside sources manipulating this case, especially with the jury. It was never going to be a fair given trial. It was going to be lopsided. And the way Diddy was looking at the jury and winking at them and giving little gestures at the jury, like, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? They can't do that. And the fact that the judge let him do that, he got reprimanded once for doing that, and he did it again when they were reading out the verdict. He was doing like this to the jury. He was doing like this. He was doing like this. He was like nodding and thanking them. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? Nah, man. I think something smells like it smells like shit. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Let's take a look at let's go back to the live. Let's listen in to the live for a little bit and see what they say.
Convicted of the sex trafficking or the RICO. So I'm sure it was very, it was like, well, at least we got something, and they got the transportation for prostitution. But I think it was a big come down for the federal prosecutors. That's what pretty much every legal commentator and legal expert is telling us today. That's the latest here from federal court. Natasha, Bianca, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, definitely a high to a low.
Okay, all right, they didn't release him. Which
and
is
keep
great.
watching Fox 5 News for continuing coverage of the Diddy verdict.
Not be
we will
released
also be
all.
posting any updates
I think they need to bring more people in.
Download that; it is free.
Because this case was only surrounded by a few people. We'll let this play out here. I'll just gonna silence this because I don't want to hear anybody out there. This case was based on a few people that came forward and were testifying and so forth. You know how many people are affected by this? Let me tell you, there's thousands. There's minors. There's so many people that have, like, they're not even alive because of this guy. And yet they were going to let him walk? You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I'm telling you right now, he has a special place in hell. He has a special place in hell right next to Hillary Clinton. Right next to the Clintons and all the others that are going to be there. Like, it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Our justice system, it's just a failure. It's like, how can, like, you have evidence of RICO. You have all the evidence in front of you. You how can you not hammer down RICO? That's why the racketeering case. That's what I just don't get. And why would you put a racketeering case together with domestic violence / prostitution / all this other shit they wanted to add on. It just, to me, it just smells like a setup to get this over with, and that way they can't charge him again with it, and he could get away with it. You know, he'll serve his little time, and then you can't go back and revisit it and recharge him on it, because once it's charged, and that's it. And once you get away with it, that's it. Which is horrible, because this guy, even the phone calls from the jail, like I don't know if you guys ever seen or heard the phone calls that he made from jail. It would make you fucking sick. Like, he was setting this all up behind bars to his family and using code words for different things that he wanted done, but he used code words. And the fact that they give him hope, that's what kills me the most. They have this man already. If he's going back to jail, at least he's hopeful in jail, because you know what he's planning on? He's planning to overturn those 2 charges and try to walk free from this. Now they're holding him with no bond, which is interesting. But he is a threat to, and he is a menace to society. And why, the family was all happy. You should have seen them. You should have seen them coming in all happy, and yeah, we're gonna take daddy out. Oh, the little Combs was doing push-ups outside of the courthouse in celebration that his dad is gonna be freed. I'm pretty sure the judge probably saw that bullshit and saw the spectacle that's going on outside. And the judge was like, no, you're not going to have this moment. You're not being rewarded. You don't deserve this. You don't deserve to be rewarded. You know, for the fact of what you did, and it's on film, and they showed the jury, they showed, like, there's so much. That's why I wish federal courthouses would allow video coverage of their cases. For some reason, federal, they don't allow it. I think it's just a fucking mistake. I think they should allow it, because us, the people, are fucking paying for this shit, and we should be allowed to see what the fuck is going on. You know, because that's federal money. That comes from the taxpayers' money. So why are we not allowed to see what we're paying for? Yeah, help me make it make sense. But as you can see, the people are just standing out there, and it seems like they're just going to stand out there. Let's go ahead and listen to this reporter real quick. And
more importantly, not just our opinion, but that of legal experts, is say stands. Mr. Combs was not found innocent on all charges. His own legal defense in court said he has a propensity for violence. We have a video that shows him beating, just brutally beating Cassie Ventura in a LA hotel hallway. The judge also pointed out that once he knew that he was being watched by the feds, that there was yet another domestic violence incident. So he said he has concerns that the defense has not proven that Mr. Combs, beyond a shadow of a doubt, does not represent a threat of violence to people around him. That is basically what the judge has decided here today. And it was a little bit surprising for those who were completely absorbed in just the jury verdict itself, because Mr. Combs was found not guilty in 3 of the more severe counts, including one that found guilty on could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. So everybody thought there was a turn here, but the judge stuck to the law, said make your case. They made their case, and the judge said it doesn't meet the level for an exception. So we are holding on to you for now, and then they'll proceed with this case. Sharon?
Great. So, Arthur, we know Linda Schmidt was actually in the courtroom when the judge denied bail, so we'll be hearing from her shortly. But I wanted to ask you, what a day this has been. Found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, which could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And at that time, it appeared from all the accounts in the courtroom that Combs got quite emotional, got down on his knees praying, spoke to his family, and you can understand why his family, his relatives, his supporters might have thought that bail would be granted. But of course, the judge pointing out his violent history, one that even his own defense team pointed to during this trial. So we are hoping to hear later, I think, Arthur, this evening. I see all the bed of microphones out there from attorneys on both sides about this. And I also understand that Combs could be sentenced possibly in October. He's going to stay locked up at NBC, and he was first arrested back in September. So we're closing in the end of the summer on a year of incarceration. So it remains to be seen what the sentencing will be. We know each count carries a maximum of 10 years, which could have put there 20 years, but they might run concurrently. And then, of course, he will be credited with time served, so it could be much less time than that. But for now, he remains locked up. Arthur, I know I've been talking a lot, but I really want to ask you about the crowds. We've been looking at the crowds, and Alex, our web producer, is going to take a wide shot. We have a shot over there. She's running now, running in the newsroom. We have...
Yeah, they trying to make it into like a Michael Jackson moment, you know? They're trying to make it into this Michael Jackson. You remember when Michael Jackson was proven innocent and he stood up on the car? That's what the moment they were trying to go for. And I think the judge was like,
There has been people live streaming on social media.
We're not gonna. Why give them this moment?
It was over 100 degrees. There were still people out here. Now, given the jury note from last night and what the judge instructed, there was a sense that something was going to go down today. Friday is July 4th. Thursday, this court was going to be closed. So there were a lot of people who came out here already and were ready for a moment. They got that moment earlier than many people expected at 10 o'clock this morning when that verdict came down. The emotional torque that you described in the courtroom.
Yeah, I would be embarrassed too.
I
would be so embarrassed to be him. He's acting like he's just a normal dude. The dude has so much money, it's not even funny, right? He has so much opportunity. He has so much going for him. And yet, the crimes that he's done and the crimes that he has committed, and not only that, but there's other people tied in. You think this is only
mother came out here at one point. Everybody was cheering. She was blowing kisses to people in the crowd. And certainly, as we got closer to 4 or 5 o'clock towards the end of people's workday, and as this information gone around, there are even more people who are coming to this area, and everybody has their phones up in our Diddy.
But yet,
so they're only going to go here are definitely more subdued now that there's this particular information.
He's the one they're going to put in the jail for a little bit. His jail is very comfortable. You think he's sleeping like... No, he's sleeping comfortable. Okay, his cell is very comfortable. Don't let them trick you saying, "Oh, he's sleeping on this like metal bed and no pillow and no. This homie is sleeping very good at it."
So we may get new information about that because, of course, they want this to be over as quickly as possible. Despite the setback today, I have to say, Arthur, this is still quite the victory for Sean Combs and his defense team today. He could have been looking at a much longer prison term. And so even though he
should have gotten life, but they need to prove it without a shadow of a doubt. And the prosecution just... They didn't do shit, man. They just... It's Comey's daughter. What do you expect? James Comey, like... The guy produces, like... These kids, and these kids are, like silver spoon.
Like, skyrocketed to fame in the 1990s and continued to grow and expand his business.
Look at all these people out here. They need to go home. Don't these people have work? Don't they have a job?
Each time,
where did this
brand
come
has a
from?
different name associated with it.
I mean, it's 5 o'clock, so maybe they got out of work. But I'm saying, why would you come outside to a courthouse?
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are in this moment absorbed with the recent breaking development
and be a part of a history, a moment in time,
what
that the judge has denied him,
is ensure that he will spend a good portion of his life as a free man. Going into today, it was not clear if he was ever going to see daylight again.
So he is going to be a free man. Let me
10 a.m.
Let me just put this guy a little bit silent here, but he is going to be a free man. Give it like 2 to 3 years. You say about 2-3 years, and they'll release him. He might get it out even earlier than that, for good behavior and bullshit like that, and he's gonna end up doing some classes in jail for behavior management, like behavioral courses and how to behave in society, which is just ridiculous. But yeah, that's Diddy, and that's the bullshit. But let's go to other stuff, right? We got other things. It's not all about Diddy, because Diddy is just a piece of turd, and I'm not breaking from that. I'm not changing my mind on that. But I want you to guys see real quick what Melody King, because I was watching Melody King. I want you guys to see this.
Access Hollywood obtained a statement from Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Doug Wigder, who spoke out minutes after the verdict was reached. This entire criminal process started when our client, Cassie Ventura, had the courage to file her civil complaint in November 2023. Although the jury did not find Combs guilty of sex trafficking Cassie beyond a reasonable doubt, she paved the way for a jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. By coming forward with her experience, Cassie has left an indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice.
She's not innocent either.
With no reservation that we believe and support our client, who showed exemplary courage throughout this trial. She displayed unquestionable strength and brought attention to the realities of powerful men in our orbit and the misconduct that has persisted for decades without repercussion. This case proved that change is long overdue, and we will continue to fight on behalf of survivors.
They found him guilty, and yet he walks away as if nothing even happened. A felony conviction and still no jail time? Cassie spoke the truth. The jury heard it. But in the end, power won, money won, and Sean Diddy Combs walked away like he always does, untouchable. This is the kind of story that makes you question everything, not just the legal system, but the illusion that justice is somehow blind. Because here we are, after months of brutal testimony, evidence that made your stomach turn, and a federal trial that dragged Diddy's darkest secrets into the light, and still somehow the man gets to walk. Yes, he was convicted. 2 little felonies. But let's not pretend that matters when you're a billionaire wrapped in lawyers and NDAs. The real verdict? Cassie lost. The victims lost. And the system proved it serves fame more than it serves truth. If you thought justice was coming, you were wrong, just like I was.
Sean Diddy Combs has been acquitted of the most serious charges in his sex trafficking trial. After the rap mogul's 7-week federal trial in New York City, a jury found him guilty on 2 out of 5 charges on Wednesday morning, following more than 12 hours of deliberation. The 55-year-old was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but he was found not guilty of 1 count of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Combs, who pleaded not guilty to all charges, now faces a sentence of up to 20 years, up to 10 years in prison per count, according to NBC News. The outlet added that prosecutors would seek the maximum of 20 years in total. Had the rapper been convicted of the more serious charges, he could have faced life in prison.
Let's break it down the way the mainstream media just won't. Sean Diddy Combs was found guilty on 2 felony counts of violating the Mann Act, transporting women across state lines for prostitution. On paper, yeah, it sounds like a win for accountability. Like maybe, just maybe, the victims have finally cracked through the armor of celebrity and money. But dig even an inch deeper, and it becomes clear this wasn't justice. It was damage control. Because while the jury found Diddy guilty of getting the women there, listen to this. They refused to say he did anything once they arrived. Huh? He was acquitted on racketeering, sex trafficking, drug conspiracy, and kidnapping. The most serious prison-worthy charges. They're just now wiped clean. The things that could have brought real time, real consequences, gone. In the legal system, it's not just about guilt. It's about the type of guilt. And those 2 felony accounts, they don't carry the weight that they should. Not for someone with endless resources. Diddy's walking free because the jury gave him the bare minimum. They found that one area they couldn't deny. Yes, he transported these women, but then they looked at everything else the freak offs, the beatings, the surveillance footage, and said, let's not go that far. It's a sick compromise, and it let Diddy claim a twisted kind of victory, a felony record, sure, but no handcuffs, no perp walk, no cell. Are you kidding me right now?
The first verdict on count 1, racketeering conspiracy. How do you find the defendant not guilty? And so
the sex trafficking
now
by
they'll
force
move on to count 2.
throws me
Count
off.
2, how do you find the defendant not guilty? That is the sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. On count 3, which is
But the transporting
involving
of prostitution is
Cassie
okay.
Ventura, guilty. Count 4, sex trafficking of Jane, not guilty. Count 5, Mann Act transportation of Jane, guilty.
That doesn't make any sense. Does this make, like, look at the screen right now and look at the counts. Let me make it big so you guys can see it better. Give me 1 sec. Now, take a look at the charges, right? Racketeering, not guilty. I mean, they could have, this should not be together with sex trafficking and transport. See, the transportation is of the prostitutes. It's just, they got them guilty on both of those, but not of the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or corruption. It doesn't make this the count 2 and count 4 is pretty much the same, but 2 different people, and they got not guilty, but guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution on both of them. So how come these 2 get guilty, but these other 2 don't? See what I mean? It does not make any sense. It does not make any sense. And then why would you put racketeering and conspiracy in this case? This should have been a standalone thing. The racketeering, which is the RICO, that should have been by itself. It should not have been together with all this other mess. So that's what I'm saying. It just does not make sense. Help me make it add up, because I just do not get it. I don't get the fact that this guy gets to, like, pretty much walk, because he's going to get out. He's going to be able to see daylight. He's going to be able to be merged back into society and be a menace again to society.
So mixed verdict here. Not guilty on 3 of the charges, guilty on 2 of the charges. Lisa, your reaction?
Now, what's the difference between a guilty man and a punished man? In Diddy's case, everything. Because this was never just about whether he'd be convicted. It was about whether the conviction would matter. And now we know it absolutely does not. The moment the verdict was read, Diddy turned to his family and smiled, literally smiled. Sure, he had a victory. He then said, I'm going to be home soon. His legal team cheered like they just scored a touchdown. They hugged, they fist bumped. They called themselves the Dream Team. And you know what? They're right, because they did what dream teams do. They protected their golden client from the one thing he feared: accountability. This wasn't a somber moment for Diddy. It was relief. The kind of relief you feel when you know you've just dodged a bullet. 2 felony convictions with no real threat of prison. For any average man, that would be devastating. For Diddy, it's a public relations hiccup. He'll pay a fine, maybe do some rehab, press runs, and then he'll be right back on his yacht parties, private jets, and gated mansions.
That's what I just said. Hold on, let me pause her for a second and bring it back to me. Just like what I said. This is ridiculous. It's a clown show. He's pretty much getting away with it. The celebration in the courtroom was just ridiculous, and he was doing this little heart thing, and he was doing all this, like, and this, and thanking the jury and everything, and, like, giving them the nod and the eye, the wink. It just, to me, seems like the jury was tainted from the beginning, and this case had no chance, especially when you put a RICO together with sex trafficking charges, and yet you charge them only for the transportation of the sex trafficking, but you're not going to charge them for the sex trafficking. Doesn't make any sense. Help me make it make sense. It don't make sense to me. My head is just like right now. It's just a lot of pressure because it's like something's not right. When something's not right, I get this really bad pain in my head, and everything's just like really scrambled right now. Um, but that was my king. Let's go over listen to Benny Johnson.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Chalk it up to another victory for the Nothing Ever Happens crew. Diddy all but acquitted on pretty much every charge brought against him by the feds, led, of course, by James Comey's daughter. We'll get to that in a second. Diddy Combs' verdict: mogul acquitted on sex trafficking charges, convicted on prosecution counts, will most likely walk free. The prosecution was destroyed today. There's no other way to say it. The feds brought 5 charges against Diddy, including sex trafficking and racketeering, of which he was found innocent on and can never be charged again. Ladies and gentlemen, the lower charges Diddy was found guilty on, but there's a chance that he may well just get like 6 months and be able to walk forever. There's a chance that the judge will let him free today. Hip-hop icon Sean Combs dramatically dropped to the floor with his hands on his knees, stunningly acquitted on Wednesday of racketeering and sex charges, most serious rape raps that he faced, for forcing former lovers to live out degrading sexual fantasies. The rapper, better known by Diddy, is found guilty on lesser prostitution charges. Combs, 55, faced a potential life sentence if convicted of the top charge in the sensational Manhattan trial. But now he's just going to be able to pretty much romp and will be able to walk. But the jury convicted him on only prostitution charges stemming from shipping escorts across state lines, which could send him to prison for 20 years. 50 Cent congratulates Diddy for a not guilty verdict, calling him the gay John Gotti. Diddy beat the feds. That boy, a bad man, beat the RICO. He's the gay John Gotti, said 50 Cent, along with a photo of himself, a huge smile on his face. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the courtroom was smiling. It'll make your stomach turn when you hear about Diddy now hamming it up. Look at this, inside of the court, doing a little love triangle with his hands. Maureen Comey fixed another one. Deep state blackmail operation saved, just like Epstein. Diddy walks on appeal. Sean Diddy Combs was acquitted of the most serious charges, was found guilty of 2 lesser charges. Some observers are asking if the prosecutor, Maureen Comey, daughter James Comey, sabotaged her own case.
I agree, Chloe. Our world is a mess.
Ghislaine Maxwell, who managed not to name a single name that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked underage girls to. And this is the sticking point that I want to discuss. So if Diddy is guilty of prostitution, if there are all these sex trafficking and RICO charges, where are your other charges?
Exactly.
If Jeffrey Epstein is the single most prolific pederast on earth, where are your other charges?
Exactly.
Like, here's the example. A drug dealer is convicted of dealing drugs. But also the people he's dealing drugs to, they're using the drugs and buying the drugs. So those are charges as well. You're not allowed to do any of it. It's all legal. But they're only ever going after like the Epsteins. Well, who was Epstein trafficking to? Yeah, we obviously know Prince Andrew. You know, of course, Prince Andrew's main accuser. She just wound up dead mysteriously out in the dark of night after being hit by a school bus. Her name's Virginia Roberts, by the way. We never hear anything about the clients. We never hear anything about the users. We never hear anything about the people who were invited to Diddy's parties who did these things, who were on these tapes. Nope, just carefully crafted, secured, and packaged. And now that nuclear bomb has been diffused, and maybe Diddy will do a couple of months in prison, maybe not. Meet Maureen Comey, daughter of deep state trader James Comey. She's the U.S. Assistant Attorney, and she was involved in Trump Russiagate scandals, Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein cases. Deep state fixed her, and now she's fixing the Diddy case. It does beg the question, right? Why? Why keep James Comey's kid around? Diddy found not guilty. Who was the prosecutor again? Oh, yeah, James Comey's daughter, the person who absolved Hillary Clinton, and all of her mysterious evils just all went away. Remember that in 2016? Hillary Clinton laptop emails? Remember what was in those emails? Yeah. It all has
never got in trouble for it.
Connections to all this. Now it's all gone.
Never got in trouble for it.
Should have been fired and not assigned to anything. Everybody is blaming Maureen Comey. I mean, and let me just establish something. We know a ton of federal prosecutors, right? So in this business, they're on the show. They're friends of us. We communicate with them. They give us good reporting, good sources are these federal prosecutors, okay? Some of our closest friends are federal prosecutors. I am texting with a number of them right now, and they're just talking about what a humiliation this all is for the feds. That the feds only bring cases like this. They bring cases like this when they know that someone's guilty and that they have all the evidence.
Oh, I'm wearing a black shirt.
They don't want to humiliate the federal government. The more cases the federal government loses, especially high-profile cases, the less credibility they have. So when the Fed bring a case, and they're of course spending our money on these cases, is the federal government's funded by us, the good faith and will of the American taxpayer.
That's what I said.
Well, they better not be squandering our money in cases that humiliate the lawyers that we're paying to keep all of us safe. And that's what happened today. It's just a complete and total humiliation. Comey's going to write a book now about how his daughter botched the Diddy trial. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah. This is what everybody's saying on the internet. What did some of our guests say this morning? You know, we found out this news breaking on the morning live stream. And so we had Liz Crokin on. We had a rapper who
Horrible.
Also knows Diddy and is suing Diddy. And then we had Alan Dershowitz.
There's so many victims out there. That's the biggest issue. The victims, the dead victims.
History on right now. And all of them had very interesting takes on all of this. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to the experts. This is our black pill to take away. Maybe they're not done yet. We'll see.
I hope they're not done yet. I hope they have more
to charge him with and has more court. And we are starting to notice a little bit of a trend here.
This is only about
Comey and the way that the Southern District of New York are bringing these cases. It seems to be a constant trend of skating or of lighter sentences, and people get very frustrated about this, and it's leading to a little bit of an erosion within at least our audience, Alan, when it comes to how the law is adjudicated. It seems like if you're rich and powerful, if you're famous, or if you serve the Democrat Party, that you get to skate, and if you're somebody else, then you go down in flames.
Well, there's no doubt that wealth has a big contributing factor in getting acquittals. I do half of my cases pro bono because I try very hard to create equality, and I've been very successful in my appellate practice getting convictions reversed. Part of the reason I've been successful is that the government overcharges. This should have been a state case. He should have been charged with beating up his girlfriend, as we all saw in the videotape, with the cases in which there was, if there were any, non-consensual sex. But to try to broaden this into a kind of national, international criminal enterprise and conspiracy was undercut by the videotapes and the emails by the women saying, please, please, I want to be involved in this freak out. I want to, please include me. I'll help set it up. Just give me a part, give me a role. And I think we've seen that in the Harvey Weinstein case. We've seen that in this case. Some juries will agree, some juries will disagree. That's the nature of our jury system. It's everybody off the street deciding what they think is right and what they think is wrong. He was acquitted on the RICO charge, and one of the jurors said he didn't understand it. I've been teaching criminal law for 62 years. I didn't understand the charge on the RICO case. It's very complicated. And so, you know, this is a split verdict, and nobody is going to be happy with a split verdict. But I think the end result is that Combs will probably go free now with an ankle bracelet and $1 million bail, and may well get his entire conviction reversed on appeal, though that's not absolutely certain.
Alan, we know a number of federal prosecutors, they're regulars on this program, and they are humiliated right now as we're texting them. This is an embarrassment for the federal government, is it not?
It is. It is. And I think there are many embarrassments for the federal government. What they've done is because they win so many of their cases, because of what I call the trial penalty. You know what happens when a person is indicted, an ordinary person. The government comes and says, look, if you plead guilty, you'll get 6 months in prison. But if you plead not guilty, you'll get 16 years. And so they plead guilty. And if they don't, they get this enormously higher penalty. That's why the Southern District of New York and the Eastern District have 92, 94% conviction rates, because most people plead guilty because they're terrified of the trial penalty. We have to change that. We have to create a system where if you go to trial and lose, you get the same penalty as if you pleaded guilty, or maybe a little bit more, but not a multiple of fivefold or tenfold. So I think the government is getting its comeuppance a little bit, because juries are feeling a little bit more like they have the power under the Constitution, and they do, to decide whether the government is overreached. Government overreaching is the greatest danger that any liberal democracy faces.
What about this allegation that he's the Epstein of the music industry? Have you seen anything like that? I mean, obviously, we've heard some of the testimony. He's been found guilty, of course, of prostitution, violations of what's called the Mann Act. But maybe you could detail like what you've witnessed, and maybe what more charges the federal government could bring here, because a little Rod, most people are like, wow, he's probably going to go free here. That's what Dershowitz just said.
Yeah, I doubt if he's going to go totally free. But in the same token, this is not a surprise to me. I mean, we've seen him do just poof, make anything just disappear that happens. You know what I'm saying? But this guy has been, again, he's been allegedly a informant for over 30 years. And he's gotten away with a lot of things. He's got power. You know what I'm saying? He's got a lot of money, and he's been doing this. God knows who he knows. If you look at it, the prosecutors had attorneys, but he had 2 attorneys per their 1 attorney. So, for example, they had 5 attorneys, he had 10. You know what I'm saying? And if you look in that courtroom, a lot of the attorneys that he had represented some of the biggest mob gangsters, or you know what I'm saying, etc. I'm told one of the attorneys represented Trump. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, Mark Garagos, who's I personally seen, I was there the first 2 days of the court. I seen him run into and talk to Puff's attorneys, then run right outside and talk to TMZ, which was helping to shape the narrative to the public inside the courtroom. So it's so many things that I was seeing happening that was just like nobody else can do. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the jurors would tamper with, and we just don't know about it. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
So
I agree.
Again, I'm still processing
close.
everything that has happened, is happening, and is going to happen. We all don't know.
And they're trying to get Diddy off, like not get him in trouble.
Convicted felony, and he's a sex offender.
So you're saying that based on your knowledge of how Diddy operates, and you said that he threatened your children and yourself, that he may have gotten to the jury and may have tampered with the jury.
It's a high possibility.
I said that. I said that.
This one of the
that's what I feel too.
Investigators called
the jury was tainted from the beginning,
and my 8-year-old at the time picked up the phone and he was talking to my 8-year-old. However, he was also trying to coerce my baby mother into turning against myself. So I'm saying firsthand, I've experienced on how this guy gets very, very dirty.
Leave it to Liz Crokin to come on here and historically white pill on this program, and I appreciate it. I really do.
Yeah.
You clearly follow these cases and these trials closer than any single individual, and I have to admit that we weren't there in the court every single day, right? We weren't reading through every single transcript, and I'm just looking sort of, Liz, at this like 35,000 foot perspective on what a normie is going to say, and they're going to say another powerful Democrat who subserves the deep state gets off from real punishment once more, right? Here we go. Once again, we have the same thing, and he's going to skate. Dersh is saying that he may well walk free and may never do any real hard time in jail. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, for now, that's a possibility. He is facing up to 20 years in prison for the 2 charges that he was found guilty on. It's being reported that, he gets skate. He can only get 6 to 12 months because he's a first-time offender. But again, let's say worst case scenario, he gets some light sentence and he's out soon. I am very confident that he will be facing more criminal charges. And again, these civil suits, some of these may go to court as well. And there's more. There was just another new case that was filed yesterday against Diddy, right? And so there's a potential that more criminal charges will come from these civil suits. So in a worst case scenario, he gets a light sentence. It ain't over. This is going on for a very, very long time. And this is just the beginning. And the other thing that I will mention that is, in my point of view, is a huge positive from this case. It is very unfortunate it wasn't on television. But with that being said,
that's what I said.
This trial has exposed and put a huge spotlight on so many names. And the one name that I would bring up right now that I think is really important to mention would be Barack Obama. His name was dragged into this trial, right?
Yep.
I know that Barack Obama is involved in many crimes, including sex trafficking. The fact that Barack Obama's name was brought into this trial and a spotlight was put on him
wasn't even put on the stand.
Is a huge deal. There was that one sex worker, Jonathan Odie, the one that shot up that Trump hotel. So this happened in, I think, in the first week of the trial. The one that shot up Trump hotel years ago, the one in Miami. And in his police interrogation interview, he said that he was basically a sex slave for Diddy. And he said that he had to attend these there he is. You guys are good. He said that he had to attend, these freak off parties, and they'd go for days. Like, I think Cassie testified that they'd go up for 4 days straight, right? So he would overhear Diddy and all these different conversations with, his elite pals. And he said that these people are planning to assassinate President Trump. And he also said that they're engaged in pedophilia, they're engaged in satanic rituals, they're part of like some kind of Illuminati club. And at the time, everyone thought he was crazy, everyone thought he was wacko. Well, what ended up happening in court? He was identified as one of Diddy's actual sex workers. So if he was telling the truth about that, he was identified. They brought his picture in court and they're like, oh yeah, that was one of his sex workers. What else is he telling the truth about? Is he lying about all this other stuff with Obama?
Wow.
And he also mentioned Hillary Clinton, or is he telling the truth about that too? Because he said this before they did attempt to assassinate President Trump.
Yeah,
wow. Exactly. Wow. That's huge. You understand? There's a lot more levels to this craziness, and the fact that we're just getting this little thing like this of something that's grand. It's incredible how the justice system sucks. But I hope they keep him in jail. I hope they bring up more charges. I hope more people come forward and really hammer it to this guy. They did not bring up Ashton Kutcher. They didn't bring up any of the Madonna. Nobody brought up all these other A-lister stars like Ashton Kutcher, and the list goes on and on and on. Political Diddy with Obama and Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and the children. Nothing mentioned about children in this case. That's what's so mind-boggling. That's why my mind hurts so much. It's because there's so much that they're suppressing and they're trying to hide from the public, and just try to like ease him. Like, yeah, let's punish Diddy. You ready? Ready for his punishment? No, I got 2 counts. One more. That's what they're doing. But I got a joint here. You can see I have it all nice and ready for me to smoke, and I'm about to turn it on. It's close to the 4th of July, right? So why not this change? Let's change the rhythm of the show. Okay, let's say fuck Diddy. Okay, we could say that fuck Diddy, and let's change it up. Let's go to another story here that it's gonna shock you a little bit. This is what happened yesterday, I believe.
And so crew is there on the ground. That's what you're seeing there on the right part of your screen. And they are at a safe distance. The fire department made sure that they're not getting too close because as this building goes up right here, we imagine...
It's the 4th of July, bitches! Burn! They're burning this fire.
Just a reminder, we are
at a warehouse here.
Concerned about
and they're holding this fireworks
too close
facility.
For their own safety. They are not. They're keeping a safe
that
distance.
Is burning.
We've got great equipment. We're able to get right in to show you exactly what's happening, but they're flying at a very safe distance from all of those explosions. But we do want to thank you for all of
we thank you, and our producer just said
in the middle of nowhere, a fireworks factory, right? So it is right in the middle of nowhere, in California. This is in California now.
Possible, guys. We do.
Look at the fireworks coming up
right there.
Oh, this is going to be awesome. 4th of July. This is what happens when you cancel the 4th of July. You don't cancel 4th of July.
Right now.
Piece of shit, because this is what's going to happen. Since you cancel 4th of July, there you go, 4th of July. Boom. California. Happy 4th of July. Look at this. Explosion.
We're fine. I don't know
Huge
if you guys heard
explosion
that,
at a fireworks factory in California.
Yeah, that was quite an intense.
And you don't want to fucking celebrate the 4th of July, California?
Of this loud, this big smoke. But yeah, we are standing behind the vehicle right now because
and he's going to make it happen for us.
And you can hear all the pops of these fireworks, guys. Again, we are as safe as we can be, but we're trying to push back just a little bit further behind this vehicle. We actually had a person just stop by and show us some video from closer to where the facility is, and there's a lot of debris scattered across the area here where the firework facility is going off. But, I mean, just take a listen of all the pops that we're hearing right now.
Look at that. California, you got a whole show with just one factory going down. 4th of July. Happy 4th of July. Yeah, this happened yesterday. I didn't come on yesterday because I went to see Megan.
So as you can imagine, we've been out here for about an hour or so, and we've been continuing to hear these fireworks go off and create these spot fires. And this latest one was pretty intense. My heart's racing quite a bit, and so me and Alan are trying to do our best and show you what we can see from a safe distance from where we're standing. But, as of right now, this is something that I've never experienced. We've done multiple fires, me and Alan together, but this is something out of the ordinary. It's something that Cal Fire did tell us to push back when we first arrived on scene right at 6 o'clock because this is not the usual experience. It's extremely dangerous. It's dangerous for those fire crews as well. That's why they're not from this area because we're dealing with
acting a little crazy.
Random ricochet effect of these fireworks going up into the air and potentially hitting a home, starting another fire, or even potentially killing somebody. So this is a very dangerous situation for fire crews, for people in the area, and that's why we're at a pretty safe distance. But when you hear those loud booms from these fireworks, you can feel the vibrations. You can feel
really
just the sheer danger danger of what this is doing. We've had multiple as well, and it looks like I think this fire crew is probably going to do the exact same thing, and they're asking us to move back at this point. So
okay, we're going to let
the crew telling us to push back because
safety first, obviously. Thank you so much.
No worries. We're going to push back.
All right. We'll check back with both of you. Thank you so much. We want to check in with our live copter pilot, Dan Oppenheim. I cannot imagine what it has been like to be watching all of this from your perspective, Dan. Just brief us on what it's been like watching this progress.
Insurance claim.
Well, this one has been pretty spectacular. It's very rare. It might be the first time that I have actually been able to hear a fire from outside the helicopter. It's a very high noise environment, but the fact that we could actually hear that explosion was a first for me.
That was the last explosion, that last big one?
That is correct, yes. That we cannot hear the individual fireworks going off, but that last explosion, the large one, we could hear that over the sound of the helicopter.
You're not gonna hear the little one. You're gonna hear the real big one.
4,500 feet. We're a safe distance away from this fire, and from that distance, we could actually hear it.
Dan, I'm just curious. Because we have viewers who are miles and miles and miles away who say their homes shook. They heard it. I'm just curious, when you're in the air and there's an explosion like that, does it do anything?
It's like a bomb. This is what Ukraine goes through every day.
Rocking us back and forth or anything like that, but I could hear
the small fires, those fires,
we
you got to put them out because that's definitely spread.
So we do have a little bit of turbulence, and the truth is I really couldn't tell.
That house is so lucky if it does not get hurt
or if that
by these fires, because the fires across the street.
From the explosion, I think it was.
And its next door neighbors are.
There's also so much concern right now for firefighters making sure that they stay safe as they're trying to deal with this incredibly volatile, explosive situation. What can you see from Live Copter 3? Where are they staging? What seems to be the tactical plan here for the fire crews?
Well, what I've been noticing is that there are a lot of fire crews as well as aircraft staged in the local area about a mile away, keeping a safe distance, because the utmost importance is making sure that the fire crews are safe. They're not going to go in and address this fire until it is safe to do so. I've noticed that there have been some spot fires about a mile away, maybe a little less than a mile away.
Wow, look how the fireworks, the little fires all over the place. Because the explosion blew all the product up.
Yeah, we can certainly understand why. Thank you so much, Dan, and we'll continue to watch your pictures. Take good care.
All right, we want to get to somebody on the phone, Cecily Utterback. She's on the phone. She lives nearby. Cecily, thank you for joining us. Tell us what you experienced.
Man, it sounded like something hit the back of our truck when we were driving home, and we weren't sure what it was, so we tried to pull over and see what was going on, and we just saw the explosion.
How far away do you think you were?
Probably about 6 or 7 miles.
Went off. Do you think the fireworks would have been already
when you
like
say it felt like something hit the back of your
truck?
Look,
it's still exploding.
I mean, it just shook everything. We literally sounded like somebody had a sledgehammer and was just hitting the back of our truck. So we're kind of looking at each other like, what was that? What's going on? And we pulled over, and I immediately saw the smoke and started recording. And we've had several explosions since then. It's been about 3 or 4.
So where would you estimate you were at the time when the explosion, that first explosion, happened?
I was a couple country blocks away.
Okay, and then are you familiar with this area at all where this happened? It appears from what we're looking at, it's farmland, and then we have some homes and some storage facilities there on this particular property.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with it. I take these back roads all the time. I'm lucky I wasn't coming home on those back roads, actually, on my way home. But yeah, I'm very familiar with it. I mean, it's a lot of farmland, a lot of rural land. There's not a lot of houses out there. It's just more left fields and crops and stuff.
Were you aware that this devastating pyrotechnics company had a facility right there?
No, I had no idea. I thought it was the local fireworks that they're supposed to show here in a couple days. We thought those had gone off, but as more started going off, we realized this is not just an Esparto fireworks show.
The other thing that's been so striking, Cecily, and you would certainly be in a position to have witnessed this, is it just seems like it's been non-stop for an hour and 20 minutes now.
It has been. It's literally been nonstop. It's been a bunch of smoke, and then we're hearing more fires. And the one that just went off, maybe I don't know, maybe about half an hour ago.
What's going on? Yeah.
What's going on here? Like something hit our door this time instead of the truck. So there's a lot out there. We can hear them going off still. They're still going off right now.
Yeah, it's when you're right there, you would certainly not only hear but feel the difference between the smaller fireworks going off, the larger fireworks going off, and then the explosions that are taking place when the fire reaches a new section, a storage area, or a building actually being blown up.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounded like. Oh, there's still more going off. We can see them.
What does it look like from what you're looking out the window, I assume?
Yeah, it's just you can hear the explosions and see a little bit of fireworks, and then it's just a big plume of black smoke, and it's just spreading. It's just spreading. It's going up in the air, and it's pretty devastating for everyone.
When you see those fireworks shooting up, can you estimate how high up they're going?
Probably about 30 feet, maybe. Yeah, they're not too far off the ground. We can just see like the tops of the sparks going off. But we can still hear them. There's a lot over there.
When you hear the popping,
it's creating really interesting smoke patterns right there in the dark smoke. You can see the little puffs of the lighter smoke, and those are all fireworks going off right in the middle of the cloud of the main head.
That's what happens when you don't let California celebrate.
That's what it sounds like.
Some of the fireworks.
Right, Cecily. Well, we thank you so much for giving us your perspective and what you saw and what you experienced as we watched this property. I want to tell folks in the control room I sent over a map.
Silence these people, but this is what you get. Like they could have sold these fireworks. They could have celebrated the 4th of July. This place probably wouldn't have had as much fireworks inside this facility because they would have sold them. But Gavin Newsom. They canceled the 4th of July. They're not going to be celebrating the 4th of July. And, this is what happens. You get too much product in a facility that's probably not well, like for this type of, that's the place where it looks like before. This is before the accident. And this is what it looked like after. The place is gone. I mean, the swimming pool is probably still there. It's probably a hot tub now. All that fire, that pool is like a hot tub. Shit, I would just puncture that pool and let the water turn off the fire, because that's a lot of water that they could use to turn off this fire. But this fireworks display here gone wrong is it's pretty wild. I'm just saying, it's just a wild scene there. Yolo County, California. Yolo. Oh, look. This is a grass fire. Yeah, but you could contain that grass fire. And this is the after effects. This is what it looks like now. After all the fire has been turn off, and there's still hot spots, and I'm sure there's no fireworks going on right now, because if there's fireworks going on right now with this thing, then this is an extreme facility fire here. I'm just going to be here for just a little bit, just so you can see the damage of the facility. It's a total loss. This is just obliterated. It's just gone. It's but the grass fire, you see all the black, all that grass fire just burnt out. So that's gone. So actually, that's not bad for the grass and not bad for the soil. They could refertilize that soil and it'll probably be a lot more better. Like whatever you put on it, it'll probably be better. But yeah, there it goes, and it's gone. So the next story I want to go to is a weirdo story, and it's the Brian Koberger accepts a plea deal over in Idaho for the college murder case. Let's go to that.
Now to another Fox News alert. Quadruple Idaho murder suspect Brian Koberger accepting a plea deal, taking the death penalty off the table, but leaving the victims' families blindsided.
Yeah, this came as a shock to many people who followed this case, including the families. Chanley Painter is
I can't
here
believe
with
this
the
guy.
details. Hi,
He
Chanley.
pleads guilty.
Good morning,
He
Todd and
did it.
Carly. It's a shock to me as well. It's all
He did it.
happening really
He's
quickly,
guilty.
with the victims' families
I knew he
scrambling
was.
to travel to Boise, Idaho for tomorrow's change of plea hearing. The shocking news coming just a month and a half before Brian Koberger's death penalty trial was scheduled to begin in August. But
What if
now
people
he has
snap him?
agreed to plead
Diddy.
guilty to all the charges against him to avoid the death penalty. He has also agreed to waive his right to an appeal of the case. The 30-year-old former criminology student is accused of stabbing to death Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Santa Kernodle, and
So
Ethan Chapin,
wait a minute.
all University of
Wait
Idaho
a minute.
students.
Wait a minute. I know I got like time on this video. Let's bring it back to me. This guy's not gonna see. He's not gonna go through the courts. He's admitting guilt. At first, he was pleading innocence, like he was innocent, right? Because you're innocent of proven guilty. But this piece of shit, Brian Koberger, did the crimes. Now, will he ever tell us what he did with the weapon? What did he do with the weapon? What made him do it? What like there's so many questions that we're not going to get any answers to, because now he's going to keep it as a secret and he's going to rot in jail with this information. Us, the public, just got cheated out. And now since he went for the plea deal, he will see life in jail instead of the death penalty, which I still believe he should have been put to death. Like, even if you plead guilty like this and you say, yes, I did it, this and that, yeah, I was the one, then right there, they should put him to sleep. They should say, okay, let's take you to the chamber. Let's tie you up right here real quick. And in a minute, you're going to go see Satan. Okay. So, and let's say 3, 2, 1. Oh, stab him, put him to sleep, put him out of his misery, put him out of our misery, because now our tax-paying money is going to be paying for his 3 meals a day, his electricity and his television and all the stuff that he's going to be doing in jail. Guess what? Who pays for that? The taxpayers' money. So it's this world is so fucking weird, man. The system's weird. I feel like the jail system needs to be revamped. I don't think plea deals, especially on a case like this, that he killed 4 individuals, young individuals that would have had bright futures. Well, guess what? No future anymore because they're dead. And now he gets to live and think of all the possibilities he would have had in life. He shouldn't even been given this opportunity, and he should not have been given a plea deal. He should have went through the system and let the system spit his ass right back out and kill his ass. It's just ridiculous. But let's go back to the story and listen in. I got my medicine. Like I said, I got my medicine right here. I'm gonna light it up right now because I'm really hyped. Rick is hyped. Diddy pissed me off, man. That Diddy really pissed me off. Because he should not be rewarded for his crimes. And I feel like, the family thought he was going to get off like tonight. I even thought he was going to get off tonight because I thought he was going to walk. I was like, there's no opportunity. There's no way this motherfucker going to get to walk and celebrate his freedom. Like, that would have been a slap in the face to the justice system. And the fact that, they keep him behind bars, he's not going to see, he's not going to spend 4th of July at his house in Miami where he could go and lay out in the pool and listen to his music and continue taking his drugs and all his bullshit that he does. Like, Like nothing has ever happened. It just makes me fucking sick. Diddy makes me sick. Fuck Diddy. Like straight up. Like Diddy, you're a piece of shit. And if you ever watch this, like this one's for you. Right here. This little middle finger is for you, Diddy. It's as small as your dick. So let's keep it going and show this other piece of shit.
Students in November 2022. Kohberger's DNA was found at the crime scene on a knife sheath prosecutors believe held the murder weapon. And it was purchased online in the months before the murders. His cell phone also placed him near the crime scene at 12 prior times before the night of the murders. And of course, on the night of the murders, prosecutors say his car is seen on camera
those were fireworks
near the scene. And in a letter to the victims' families, the prosecutor explained, quote, "We cannot fathom the toll that this case has taken on your family. This resolution is our sincere attempt to seek justice for your family." But the family of Kaylee Goncalves is angry, posting on their family Facebook page that they told prosecutors they did not want this plea deal. In a statement saying this, quote, "Bryan Kohberger facing a life in prison means he would still get to speak, form relationships, and engage with the world. Meanwhile, our loved ones have been silenced forever."
Wow.
I also spoke to Kaylee's father last night, who told me, quote, "This isn't what we fought for." And it was a fight almost 3 years in the making, but now soon to end with a result they don't feel
How come
is
did they?
justice.
Chandler,
Why did
thank
they
you
do
for
this?
that. Carly's going to take a little bit more of the victim side of this. Let me go to the law side for this. There's a split in the legal community. Some say, look, a plea deal was the right call because when you go to a jury, juries are unpredictable. Anything is possible, even in a case like this that seems like it is open and shut. There are others that say prosecutors should never have taken the death penalty off the table. Your thoughts on that?
Well, if there ever was a case worthy of a death penalty conviction, I think murdering, stabbing to death 4 people would fit that bill here. I can understand where the prosecutors are coming from.
He should die the same way he killed his victims.
Sentence is never guaranteed with a jury.
Right?
This is an Idaho jury, as you know.
It's only
this
fair.
Would be not the first time I covered a death penalty trial in Idaho. Chad Daybell was one who was convicted of the death penalty. He didn't even touch most of the victims who were accused of murder. So I think here it would have been a case where the evidence was beyond a reasonable doubt, and a jury would have had no problem convicting him
I think
as well
that
as
would be
sentencing him to the
like
death
super
penalty.
reasonable.
And as a prosecutor, you take in
Death
the
by
wishes of the
stabbing.
family and what they want here. And a majority, according to Steve Goncalves, of the families wanted this to go to trial.
They wanted it to go to trial, and that really seems to be the major focus of what people will be talking about in the days to come. And, you know, many of us remember
and go to trial. And the fact that it
how
did it,
horrified everybody was by who could have possibly done this.
Yes.
And then we followed the manhunt, and there was a break in the case with that DNA and the webs that they used to tie the father to Bryan Kohberger, and the DNA found out. And then this, the Goncalves family, and I know you spoke to Kaylee's dad yesterday, they also released another statement where they pointed fingers, vaguely mentioned a possible plea on Friday without seeking our input, and presented the plea on Sunday. They say this was a secretive deal. It was hurried. It was rushed. Obviously, they feel very upset. Would there be any way to reverse this plea deal?
There could be. So at a change of plea hearing, the judge has to accept the terms the prosecutor and the defense agreed to. Also, Bryan Kohberger himself would have to make an allocution. He would have to verbally admit to all the elements of the crimes of which he is agreeing to plead guilty. We won't get a lot of answers from him, but we will get the basic, I admit to this, this, and this. He also has a chance to change his mind before Wednesday. So this isn't final until it's final, right? So until it's signed and the paperwork is done. So there is still a chance that this could not go through and it could go to trial.
It's happening tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Chanley Painter expected to head out there.
Right.
Basically, as
That's
soon as
just
our show is
wild.
done here
This
today.
burger stuff, I'm just sick of him too. He's another one that I'm getting sick of. Let's watch this story here. This is a weird one that I saw that I want to watch for you guys. A 7-Eleven employee allegedly fatally beaten by manager. So your manager beats the fuck out of you and you die. Okay, this is what this case is.
A family grieving tonight after they say a young woman was beaten by her supervisor after showing up for work at a Hollywood convenience store last week. Jessica McLaughlin walked into work at 7-Eleven in Hollywood and was assaulted. Tonight, she's on life support at the hospital.
Her family is searching for answers in what they're calling a senseless and baseless attack as police search for her attacker. KTLA's Mary Beth McDade joins us live in Hollywood with details on this tragedy and reaction from the family. MB.
Yeah,
But did she
and
pass
John,
away?
her family says that she has a big heart, loves children, and always
confused.
puts
Did she
families
pass away?
first. And now her family is preparing to say their final goodbyes on Wednesday when they take her off life support.
Oh man, they took her off for life support today.
She's probably one of the best family members ever.
Oh, she's
Clancy
looking so
McLaughlin fights
pretty.
back tears as he talks about his 24-year-old daughter, Jessica, who loves children and helping others.
I used to call her my green-haired warrior because she would take homeless people food. She would take clothes to people.
He tells us Jessica's assistant manager at a Hollywood 7-Eleven, Valeria Parra, brutally beat Jessica at work last week.
That bitch.
Her heart
Where's that
stopped,
bitch at?
so, she couldn't breathe.
Yo,
Yeah,
listen.
she lost all oxygen to her brain for over 10 minutes. And she basically is declared brain dead now.
Clancy says the assistant manager would bully his daughter at work. And then last Tuesday, as his daughter was getting ready to leave work for the day, Valeria attacked his petite daughter.
She physically grabbed her by her hair, was swinging her around, threw her on the ground, and she sat on top of her chest while she was physically assaulting her.
When a coworker tried to help, Clancy says Valeria then went after the coworker.
And at that time, Jessica got up and she said, call 911. I can't breathe. And then she collapsed. And at that point, I understand that the assistant manager hit her one more time.
Valeria apparently then fled.
But even before that,
This bitch is in
she
Mexico.
was trying to go back into the
She's
back
in Mexico.
office and try to delete the video of the attack.
Police tell us they responded to the scene and are continuing to search for the attacker.
She's in Mexico.
Meantime, the family is preparing to say their final goodbyes on Wednesday when they take Jessica off life support.
We're going to try to get
Man,
everybody
Jessica looks
that
very
we
democratic.
can inside
But I
the
feel-
hospital
I
where they
still
can come
feel
at least
bad
say
for her
their
no
last
matter
goodbyes
what.
before.
And if you know where
girl
Valeria
has
is, you
to
are
do a
urged
better
to
job with her
contact
hair.
police. Now, a GoFundMe page has been set up to help out
Hollywood,
with Jessica's
California.
funeral
This bitch is
costs,
in
and
Mexico.
You can find a link to that
Tijuana.
GoFundMe page on our website, ktla.com.
Wow, this girl got beaten up by. Okay, let me go back. Okay, fucking California. Look how beautiful this girl is. Look, she looks so innocent. She looks so pretty. Like, look at her standing here. Very pretty. Very, like, she loves to be around children. She had a great heart. And the fact that, like, this monster attacks her and kills her. Let me find the damn photograph of the crazy nut. This is the fat bitch. This is the bitch that we're looking for. She beat up on this girl and pretty much killed her. I'm 100% sure she is probably illegal, and she's probably crossing the border back to Mexico. Okay, there's a high probability that she's already fled the country. It's just screaming out that to me. That's me thinking out loud. But if you see this bitch, okay, call the cops. But if you see this bitch, punch this bitch in the face. I wouldn't mind if you punch her in the face. If I see her, I'll punch her in the face. Let this bitch be out in my neighborhood. You'll see real quick. I'll punch her right in the head. Because I believe, listen, this is what I believe. Depending on the crime that you commit, and especially a violent crime, you should be held to the same standards of what you did to the individual, which is the victim. If you stab the victim to death, your consequences and the way you die is the same method, by stabbing. Now, this crazy bitch right here, okay, beat up on a little girl. Little girl. like very beautiful, like beat up on her, and they took her off of life support today. Like my energy is so hyped right now that if I find this bitch, I'll fuck her up myself. Shit, I'll go spend the night with Diddy and I'll go fuck him up too. It's like Rick's gonna kick everybody's ass. I'm like, nah, I'm tired. But Jesus has a special place for these individuals. And I tell you right now, those gates are not opening up for these individuals. It's very, very sad, this case here. But this bitch is not in the country. She has to have fled. She tried. Listen to this. This is a case of 7-Eleven, and their co-workers. She's an assistant manager, I believe. So she beat up on the employee, on the little girl, that's working in the same spot she is and struggling at the same time she is, but she beats up on this girl. She beats her up, and then like it's just, to me, this one right here, she needs to be found. She needs to be found alive. And like explaining earlier, if you stab someone to death, I feel like the crime that you commit, the death with a knife, it should be done to you, and you should be killed with a knife. If you shoot somebody and you kill somebody as a consequence, as a death penalty, you get shot to death. This crazy bitch, this one right here. Wait, this crazy bitch. Okay. Well, for that crazy bitch, since the death was a beating and trauma to the head and body until now she's like dead. Well, I think beaten by the family and until she's on life support and she dies through the same method. It's only fair, right? Right? All right. I'm back. My internet's acting crazy. Okay, it's too much energy. I'm telling you, I'm projecting too much. When I'm mad and my energy is focused, I make shit go crazy. Like my devices start going crazy, things start going crazy because I'm mad. I'm like that fire starter. Have you ever seen the movie Firestarter? That's like me. Like that energy, that strength I have. And if I focus my energy on something like that's really pissing me off, things start going haywire. It's never failed. It's done it so many times on my show. When I get extremely mad and everything starts going crazy. Everything starts going crazy. It's not the first time, and I'm not surprised. I'm just letting people know that are new that when I'm hyped, I make everything start going crazy, the internet, and yeah. But I feel like this girl should suffer the same like sequence of death that she did to the victim. If you beat the bitch to a coma and she dies from her coma, from her injuries, I think you should suffer the same fate too. You should be beaten to death, put in a coma, and you die from that. It's only fair. It's only fair. I'm sorry, but how do you beat up a little fatigued little thing? It's a teeny weeny girl. It's a teeny weeny little girl, and she looks so innocent. I don't get it. Maybe they had a like, I don't know. The video says a lot, and the funny part that this big girl tried to go and delete the video, and she wasn't able to. She wasn't able to delete the video. So that means there's video footage of this crazy bitch killing this little girl by beating her up. And I can't wait to see it. I really can't wait to see it because I already know this bitch. She's running. She's running across that border. She's like, I self-deport. I ain't going back. I ain't going back. She has no choice. Because if they catch her here in the United States, she's seeing the death penalty. She's gonna have to. But this is California, so they're kind of like they're kind of lenient on that death penalty shit. She'll probably see life, but I'm telling you right now, this country needs an enema. They need to clean up the shit and put some law and justice back into our system. Because our system, as you saw, like this day, is just been a fucked up day for the law system. You got one that's taking a plea and taking the life in jail, comfortably life in jail, never has to pay bills. He doesn't, like, he makes money, but it's for his food and his commissary things, but he never has to go to work. He never has to take care of anything. He no responsibility, like nothing. He's gonna sit there and play chess and play games and hang out with other people in the jail and have his own little community in jail for the rest of his life. I would be such an asshole as a president. I would be such an asshole. You know why? Because I would do a punishment what they did to me when I was little. Like when I was little. I was like about what? I would say 5 years old. Like when my mom put me to kneel on rice. I'll never forget that. And she denies it to this day. And I will always remember that because I remember the pain in my knees from kneeling on rice. And my punishment for these individuals like Diddy and Kohlberger and all these others, if you're going to do the crime, well, while you're doing the time, you're going to kneel on rice. And you're not going to get up. You're going to stay kneeling on rice until you go to sleep. You wake up, take a shower, shit, do whatever you got to do, but you're going to go back to kneeling on rice. That would be a great punishment. It's not fun. It's a form of torture. Okay. So let's see what else we have here. Which direction I would like to take this? Because that girl was it just pissed me off. Let me see what's going on with the Diddy stuff. I guess they're talking here, so let me go back a little bit and we can listen in. Because I guess they're gonna be talking to the media, so it's happening right now. So we're pushing it back a little bit so we could watch it ourselves. Let me set it up, because I had to set up the whole thing all over again because the internet, of course, when I'm mad, I make shit go crazy. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can fast forward this shit because it's happening right now, but I'm just a few minutes behind. Let me see if I can fast forward it. Okay, it's right here. All right, I guess we're gonna hear from the attorneys. Let's see what the fuck the attorneys are gonna say.
It's not a party till we're all here.
It's not a party until we're all here. That sounds like a Diddy party. What the fuck was that? What was that phrase? It's not a party until we're all here. Ew, disgusting.
Thank you all for being patient. Am I speaking loud enough? You all can hear me okay? All right. Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs.
Oh,
it's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had.
No,
They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word,
jury, I
and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough.
No.
They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of.
No,
they
he
acquitted
wasn't.
him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely
No,
innocent
he wasn't.
of, and all of the components to it. The
No, he
kidnapping,
wasn't.
he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that. The obstructing justice, he was
wasn't
innocent of
charged for
that.
arson.
And that is no longer just me
He wasn't
saying
charged
that.
for arson,
That
so what are you
is the
talking about?
verdict of our jury. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs,
shit.
and our legal team. And I want to say one thing. There are very few people around whom a legal team could coalesce and become one. And Sean
Horrible.
Combs is that person, and we are all blessed to be part of it. And I am now done speaking to you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garibos.
Horrible. But he was denied bond.
All right,
Why
I
was he
first wanna
denied bond?
thank my
Dummy.
client, Sean Combs, for trusting us, myself, and everybody here, this incredible dream
Lord.
team that he put together.
This is horrible.
Without him, we would not have been able to do this.
How much you got paid
He
for
is
this?
Incredible. I want to thank him. I want to thank
Yeah,
the
how much
jury
money you got off
for
of Diddy?
putting such great care into this case. They came early every single day.
Oh,
And
she
I want to
sounds
thank them,
stupid.
as I said in my opening, standing between all of us and the drastic consequences of the criminal convictions of
She's
sex
horrible.
trafficking. And RICO is a jury of our peers. And I thank
But
them.
he was
I want to thank the
charged, though.
judge.
He got
And I
two-
want to thank,
It doesn't
despite
make
the
sense.
terrible conditions at the MDC, I want to thank the good people who worked there, who ensured that we had sufficient amount of time to prepare for trial.
me a headache.
It is extremely difficult to prepare for a federal case in the conditions at the MDC, and they did everything they could to make that happen. I want to thank them. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case. Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been
Are
saying
you
this
kidding
for
me?
months. We've said it with each lawsuit.
Oh, yeah?
that came
Let's call
out,
up Justin
and today
Bieber.
That was proven true.
Let's call
the
up
media
some of the
got
real,
it wrong
the real
about
people,
Sean Combs
not
every
the sex.
single day
Why
for
are you
nearly
going with
2 years.
Just
I asked
Cassie?
that for every time you guys see a
No,
civil lawsuit,
just bring Justin
criminal,
Bieber. How
criminal
come Justin Bieber wasn't in the
complaints or
court?
criminal indictments, you actually
Where's
take
Usher?
a look and analyze these
Oh,
and see
where's
whether or not
Usher?
these are actually going to stand
Where's
up
a
in a
lot
court
of
of
people?
law.
There's a lot
Because
of people
today
that
they
got
did
Diddy.
not. He has not
And
sexually
they
assaulted
were never
anybody.
called.
Certainly hasn't
That's
sex
bullshit.
trafficked anybody, and
What
the
is
jury
she saying?
found that today.
It's nothing.
Thank you.
It's garbage.
I'm
all
going to
filler.
now. I am now going to pass this over to Mr. Steele.
Stupid.
Good evening.
This is what money buys you.
Good evening. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left.
Garbage.
There is not
Garbage.
a better group of honest and ethical,
Garbage.
hardworking, and zealous lawyers, and I
Garbage.
especially wish to thank Mark and Tenny
You
for
know, I'm a
allowing
good
me
energy
and
reader.
everyone else
I'm a
to come
good
together. On behalf
energy
of
reader.
my
And
family
what I'm seeing
myself, I
here
wish to
is
thank
pure garbage.
you all for being here and writing truthfully
Gaslighting garbage.
about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes.
This is guys.
And that we
are
all
full
must
of
remember
shit.
that allegations
money will make you say anything. You know
are
that,
nothing.
right?
And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here.
You
Thank
see,
you all.
I
God
like
bless.
to thank Sean for letting me be here. Because how much did you get paid? How many millions did you get paid? How about this one? How much you got paid?
Thankfully, in our country, we have a right
Oh,
to a
Lord.
jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He
That's
actually
stupid.
battled for his freedom, for his so much. And listen,
The internet's going crazy.
we
I'm sorry.
appreciate the
I'm
media.
mad.
We do.
I told
There
you
was
when I
a
get
lot
mad,
of
I make shit go
reporting on
crazy.
the accusations. There was
You
a
think
lot of
I'm
reporting
making
on
that
the
up?
indictment. Please report
Okay,
just
fuck
as
with me and you
vigorously
find out.
on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's
I'll make
also
them
the
little.
right thing to do.
They're little.
Thank you.
Let's make them little. Because they're full of shit. You know what I mean? And it's garbage.
So, first of all, I want to thank
too tall,
this
man.
wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say
Crazy.
that I've done a lot of trials.
How
but
much
this is
millions you
probably
got
the most
paid?
Special one to me. And most important, I want everyone to know
You
the
full of
job is not
shit.
done yet. We're not finished. The job is not done
Yeah,
yet.
it's not done yet because
So
you
I
got a
wanna-
lot more.
To a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important. Juries are important. But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on
The
juries.
energy is too strong at the
So
moment.
for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
It is such a privilege to be a part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder to everyone, I hope, about the flaws in the criminal justice system, and for everyone to take a second look when the government charges people with crimes, and especially when the Southern District of New York does here. And
I need to
so
calm
hope
down
everyone
because
takes
I
that
get
seriously,
my energy gets so
and we
mad
take this as
that I
an
tell you I
enormous
fuck up the
victory
internet.
and win.
It's the energy
This is
that's
a
radiating
huge
out of
win.
me
He was
will fuck
acquitted of
all
sex
this up,
trafficking, acquitted of
and
rape
it always
conspiracy,
happens.
and he will be able
So
to sleep
let me
well at
just
night
calm down,
knowing
stay
that.
quiet,
Okay, thank you
so you
to
can hear these
everyone.
clowns talk because this is nothing but bullshit.
Jason, guys, can any of you share what you
Awesome. Get up there.
Look
Well,
at
I
how
want to
happy they are.
start just by thanking
kidding me?
my family and the
This guy
families of
beat
each of the
up
lawyers
on
here
a
for
chick.
giving us
He
the
beat up
space
on his
and
girlfriend.
the
He beat
time
up
to
on
serve
women,
Sean
and you're
and to fight for
clapping?
Sean. I want to thank the court for giving us a fair fight. And you see what happens when you have a good defense team come together in front of a court that gives the defense
Garbage
team
money.
a
That's
fair
what he
fight.
says.
And finally, I just want to thank
defense, you
Sean
put the
for giving
defense
me the
together.
honor and the privilege of serving
This
him.
right here.
Thank you.
This is what he's talking about. The money. Money buys you freedom. This is crazy.
I feel like there's not a lot more that I can say because
Take over.
these
I
wonderful
truly
people
fucking
have-
believe it, dude.
have really said
Like,
all there is to say, but I do want
I-
to thank Sean
you
for
know
the
I'm gonna
privilege
highlight your
of
comment.
this opportunity to help him clear his
Definitely.
name.
But if it was one of their kids, it would be a whole fucking different story.
Guns blazing. It really is
A whole different story.
to the fact that when you get a fair trial and a
It's
jury
ridiculous,
of your peers
dude. It's like
listens to the evidence, they will do the right thing. And I just want to say again how proud I am to be part of this team and to have helped Sean get a just
look at the
verdict.
body language. I'm reading the body language of these people, and I'm just this is horrible. Can you guys explain why he's still guilty on 2 other charges and they're not letting him out of jail? The judge denied his bail
decision because it's still a pending unresolved matter. And I don't think we're going to take any more questions. I want to thank you all. You guys,
of course, you're not going to take any more questions,
dedicated,
because you guys are a bunch of
in the rain. I
bullshitters.
walk by you in the sun, and you're all out here every day. I just want to thank you, but I don't think we're going to take any questions.
The other 2 charges that he got charged with, and it doesn't make good sense. And how come he's still in jail?
Maybe thought he could go home tonight, and then was told he couldn't.
So a lot of these things are still in process. I mean, the one thing I'm going to leave you with this: we are not nearly done fighting. We are just getting started.
This is what you call gaslighting.
To win this and to defeat the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York takes effort from beginning to end. Today was a major, major step in the right direction, but we fight on, and we're going to win, and we're not going to stop.
He has a
until
special
walks out
place
of prison, a free man to his
in
family.
that kingdom.
Thank you all
and
for
it's not
coming.
in heaven. I tell you right now, he's taking a direct flight to hell. He's taking a direct flight to hell because what he has done is nothing. There's so much. Like, this is only based on Cassie and the Jane Doe and a couple of porn stars that came through and testified, and Kid Cudi came through and testified, and you know, you had it just, to me, it seems like something's not right. Because these are the low-level people. These are not the A-listers. These are like the F-list, like the F-list. Like, fuck around. That's what they are. They're just a fuck around people. That's all they do is fuck. So when we're going to get to the A people, the anus people. Yeah. I'm talking to you, Ashton Kutcher. I'm talking to you, like all these Usher, like so many of these A-listers that got diddied. And where are they? Where are they? Where's J-Lo? J-Ho, where is she? She ain't around. Where's the last time where she's been seen? I wonder why she's so damn quiet. I wonder why Ben Affleck dumped your ass, J-Lo. I guess they showed a little something to Ben Affleck that he didn't like. And J-Lo, yep, you're still a hoe. Oh, Lord, please. I know you have a plan for him. Just execute it. It's wild. We're living in wild times. I want to go over to Black and White Sports. It's a channel that I watch here on YouTube. Great channel. It's called Black and White Sports, and they talk a lot about sports and everything, but they also talk about cases. And the one I'm getting interested in, and it's kind of fucking crazy, is this Carmelo Anthony case. The Carmelo Anthony case is really starting to get on my nerves too. And the grifting of that case is ridiculously high. Okay, so I want to take a look at this show, and you watch it with me, and you tell me what you think.
Well, guys, let's talk about track meet killer Carmelo Anthony. Things are not going good for him whatsoever, man. And I believe his woke handler, Dominic Alexander, needs to take a lot of blame. Dominic Alexander has been race baiting. He's been talking about a whole bunch of things, but yet this man hasn't given one reason why Carmelo Anthony is innocent. Because I truly do believe, guys, that Dominic Alexander, the race hustler who calls himself a minister, doesn't believe that Carmelo Anthony is innocent. Carmelo Anthony, at a track meet, killed Austin Metcalf in cold blood. And all of the evidence that we know about so far confirms that. There's been no evidence whatsoever that Carmelo Anthony was actually acting in self-defense. There has been zero evidence, folks. He raised over $540,000. And then we find out he actually applied to get a court-appointed attorney despite raising all that money.
A court-appointed attorney with all that money he got?
And that money is drying up.
What?
He applied for a court-appointed attorney, folks, and it was granted. And guess what?
It was granted?
Dominic Alexander, man, he is freaking out. He's losing it on that report that Carmelo Anthony got approved for that indigent over there, however you pronounce it. I don't even know. Because he's broke. What happened to the money? A lot of people want to know what happened to the money.
Yeah, what did they do to the money?
But Dominic Alexander is losing it, folks. He is losing it right now. And he's going out there and he's playing the race card again.
Oh, no.
Let's go ahead and
Don't
get
tell
into
me
it.
this is the mouthpiece.
So right over here on X, guys, he completely lost it. He put this long post right here yesterday. And he's getting ratio, folks. Only 20 likes to 226 comments. This is what he said right here. Stop spreading lies. Let's set the record straight. The amount of wild and false information being spread across social media is completely out of control. Carmelo Anthony did not submit a request for a court-appointed attorney. This is a flat-out lie. When a case is indicted in Collin County, the court system automatically generates an indigent defense form. This happens for everyone, regardless of whether they already have a private attorney.
That doesn't sound
It's
right.
a standard system process.
That doesn't
Attorney
sound
Mike Howard remains in constant communication with the Collin County DA's office and is still actively on the case.
Where's this
We
boy
don't know who started this ridiculous rumor, but it's clear right-wing journalists and social media influencers are intentionally spreading lies to confuse the public, create chaos, and attack his family. These false narratives are being used for clickbait, clout, and white supremacist agenda. Please don't fall for it. This is not journalism, it's manipulation. We are not litigating this case on social media. He's been doing this the whole time. We are not responding to every video or post. We are not going to play into their trap. This case will be tried in a court of law, not in a court of public opinion. We continue to fight for justice, truth, and a fair trial for Carmelo Anthony. Don't let lies distract you from that. Hashtag justice for Carmelo. Hashtag people power. Hashtag NGAN. Hashtag stop the lies. And this man's getting destroyed for this, man. He's blaming white supremacy. Yeah, that's the only reason why he's actually on his case, man, to raise bait. And I'm pretty sure out of the money that was raised, he probably got a pretty penny right here.
Wow.
I mean, Carmelo Anthony's
I should do a page
Gibson Go is
so
failing,
you guys
guys.
can send me money.
He's only up to $543,000.
So I could buy more things for the desk.
And by the way, I
maybe
actually
put some in the
went over
background here.
to Google's AI, and I did ask, is a defendant automatically applied for a court-appointed attorney in Collin County? Now, Dominic Alexander says yes. But look here. The AI for Google says no. A defendant in Collin County is not automatically applied for the indigent attorney program. You need to actively request a court-appointed attorney. So Dominic Alexander lied.
Of course he
and I
did.
even looked over here, man.
Of course he lied.
Requesting an attorney right here. This is on the website right here talking about this. It says a defense attorney is not assigned automatically. You will need to ask the court to appoint one for you.
Exactly. You have to ask.
You'll need to fill out a written application and show evidence that you can't afford to pay for a lawyer.
Yep. And you have to
It
do
is
it at court.
recommended to ask for a court-appointed lawyer as soon as possible.
Yep.
You can ask for an application from the magistrate, jailer, court clerk, or judge.
Yep.
Yeah, this man lied.
Yep. He lied.
He flat out
Of
lied.
course he did.
Sarah Fields, man,
This case is so horribly.
who has been covering.
I'm waiting for this kid to kill himself.
Carmelo Anthony's
Like,
in
that's
his
what I'm
legal woes
feeling.
here. Responded
He's going to take his own life.
to Minister Dominic Alexander. She says false. This is not automatic. To request court-appointed counsel, the defendant needs to demonstrate to the court that they are indignant, unable to afford legal representation. This typically involves completing and submitting a form detailing the individual's income, expenses, and property. Carmelo Anthony's. These forms may be obtained from the local county's website, the Texas Independent Defense Commission's website, or directly from the court. The defense must request it, submit paperwork, and the approval process begins. Yeah, sounds a lot like Google's AI. And she goes on, she says, yes, for now, Mike Howard is his defense, and as listed on his court documents. This will not stop him from moving to an assigned attorney later on. Yeah, we have a long time to the trial, guys.
Wow.
Furthermore, because Carmelo Anthony was approved for indignant defense, it's likely he will not receive a salaried public defender, but instead a private attorney who volunteered or will be appointed and will be paid by the county using taxpayer funds.
Oh,
It could actually be Mike Howard. Yeah. So Mike Howard could actually drop off as his paid attorney and become his court-appointed attorney. Yeah.
What?
In places like Collin County, this kind of defense is common practice. Private attorneys can request payment either as a flat fee or hourly, around $100 an hour in court and $75 an hour out of court with court approval. Don't mess with me. You're messing with the wrong journalist who actually understands how this works and does the research. Till next time, Dominic. Yeah. Yeah, the woke handler, man, getting destroyed. And he should be, man. Carmelo Anthony is in a world of trouble, man.
Wow.
A world of trouble. And
Man.
out of that $540,000, I'm wondering
He's going to take his life.
what percentage actually went to him.
Because he doesn't want to go
Why
to
did they
jail.
even hire this guy in the first
I
place?
don't even know
man?
why he's not in
an
jail
attorney.
now.
He's actually a convicted criminal. They paid him, I guess, basically to race bait and nothing more, man. He is doing so much damage to that young man. So much damage. Actually, Carmelo Anthony is the one that really put himself in this situation. Remember, he brought a knife to a track meet and killed Austin Metcalf in cold blood. He's not even alleged. Remember, he said, I'm not alleged.
I used to run
it.
track.
He admitted to doing it, folks.
Wow.
But man,
he did admit it to
don't
the
leave right
police
there, guys.
officer.
That's
And
just
it's
my
on
thoughts
camera.
this. What do you guys think of this?
It's on film.
Black and white sports fans. Let
That's
us
not
know
what they're
about
showing
all
the
this in
public.
comments. Make sure you subscribe to the channel.
This is a battle between media and the public, right? The public's view, the public's eye. Like they try to persuade you. They try to tell you all of the it's all persuasion, right? Is when the media win your case type of thing, right? Diddy did the same thing. Like Mark Garagos was going out of the court every so often and reporting to TMZ in the courthouse. Why is TMZ getting information from Mark Garagos in the courthouse? Like this Diddy thing, something's not right with this Diddy thing. It's really shady. Because why I didn't see Mark Garagos talking to the public outside? That's a real question, right? Where's Mark Garagos? Why wasn't he at the press conference outside? Why did he have the other attorneys go out there and talk, but he didn't? It's about public opinion, a case of public opinion, and how you persuade the public and how you sway the public. Because remember, this is tampering to us, right? They're tampering to the public because we're witnessing this, so they're getting like a feel of who's who, and then they go after them as jurors. Like with Diddy, that's why I feel that they did. I feel like they got swayed a certain way, they felt a certain way, and they got these certain people to come into court specifically. And you don't think these people could have not been tampered? Like, don't be so naive. But it's and this one was a stabbing, right? This case was a kid. He was at the bleachers or whatever. It supposedly started raining. Who knows? He looked very. He sat by in an area where he wasn't even supposed to be at, because remember, these are schools. They're all schools, and they're all have their personal things there in the bleachers. And I used to run track, so I know. I used to run against other schools, and I remember I used to come to my school to run. And we had a beautiful, brand new, at the time, when I went to my high school, it was a brand new building that was just built. That track was so beautiful. And I only ran on it one time because I left that school. I went to another school. I didn't like it because it felt like a gel. It felt like gel. Like, I was like, it just felt too, I'm claustrophobic. And so the jail-like system of the school, it didn't sit well with me. I needed more like freedom, air, and space. So I went to a school that was just like that had it was like open areas. Like when you go to the classes, you actually could see outside and see people's homes and everything, and you get fresh air. And then you walk in, make the right to the classroom, and go right in. And my school was very interesting. It was a very interesting high school. Down in Miami, but down in actually Hialeah, Florida, down in Miami-Dade County. Hialeah. I went to Hialeah. An Indian name, right? Hialeah. Say that a few times. But I went to Hialeah High School. And you know who else went to my high school? Rick Sanchez. If you don't know Rick Sanchez, he's been a lot on. He first started down in South Florida, WSVN 7. And then he moved up into the mainstream media and so forth. I don't know where he's at now. I'm pretty sure he's doing independent news or something like that. I haven't been following up his career in a while, but yeah, he went to my school, or I went to his school, because he had one before me. So let's pick out another story. Let's go with something crazy, because I feel like we need something crazy right now. It's like crazy. The whole fucking day is crazy. I agree, but it could get even crazier. We can even make it more crazier. So let's go ahead and watch this.
Early from Fox 29 Philadelphia. Bright and early from Fox 29 Philadelphia, that a freight train hit a pickup truck there at Lansdale train station, following the very latest. No word of any injuries,
that's Final Destination
no
shit
on the condition of that pickup truck driver. But my goodness, the damage is extensive this morning. You can see traffic blocked in both directions at this intersection. So if you are in this area, make sure to plan ahead, as there could be delays. We do want to check in with Fox 29 Philadelphia as they are following the very latest of this developing situation.
That engine's gone.
This morning, let's go to Montgomery County. You've heard about it already. It happened about 3 o'clock this morning while you were sleeping. A freight train struck a pickup truck, or was it the other way around, injuring 2 people?
So Greg is live in Lansdale. He's been at the scene or near the scene there with the latest.
Yeah,
Okay,
Alex and
Mike?
Mike, that is the big question, Mike, that you had mentioned, whether it was the vehicle that collided into the train or the train that collided into the vehicle. But you can see
I
the
think
scene
it was
right
the
here. It's very active still. They actually
truck
put
got
up
in the
that
way
drone
and hit
Bob
the
was
vehicle.
talking about
Dummy.
during that point in time when he was doing traffic. He was saying they looked like they're about to take off a drone. Well, there it is, that drone. It's overhead taking video and pictures of the scene there. But you can see just the extent of
Look
the
at the
damage to
drone.
that white
It
pickup
reminds
truck.
me of
And also, you can see the freight truck right there, or freight
They
train
Live.
right in the background. Now,
The
officials say
drones
that
and
two
stuff
individuals
in
were
the air.
taken out from the pickup. Now, that freight train
Wow, look
that you
at
see
this.
there
Oh,
is a
wait a minute.
Pennsylvania
The train?
Northeastern Railroad
It's in the
train.
middle of
Now,
the
the
city?
preliminary investigation at this point in time, they say that the white pickup was driving southbound or driving south on Broad. And so they did mention that the train was moving at the point in time. So once again, that question is, yet to be determined in regards to what you were saying, Mike, earlier on. But the conditions of the victims at this point in time, they have not disclosed
down
that.
there.
Now, for drivers that are trying to make their way around this, as you've heard Bob talk about it all this morning in regards to taking Main Street to Green, Richardson, or Line Streets, because as Bob had mentioned,
Not
I
like
mean,
on the
these
side,
are, as you can see, these are
Or the
one of those
backside.
situations where the train line, you just have those arms that come down. And so it's not a situation where
Holy
you kind
moly.
of go over with like a bridge or anything like that. So
Oh, that's a final
the best route to
destination
take is to take
scene
Main
right
Street
there.
to go to
Fuck
Green,
that. Put that
Richardson,
in the
or
movie.
Line Streets. Now, as you heard Bob also mention in regards to the fact that he was saying that the train is not that large. So that is a good sign for a lot of people that are trying to travel in this area because it doesn't extend that far out.
not
Now,
good.
SEPTA did provide an
That's not
update. They
good.
said that the Doylestown line outbound service will operate normal to Glenside Station. Now, the service is still suspended inbound due to the accident, but
like
the
in the middle
officials
of a
did mention
town.
that they are going to be having another press conference later on this morning. So we'll continue to keep you posted on that. Mike and Alex.
Yeah, just trying to figure out by the looks of the damage who hit whom.
Yeah.
How the investigators will figure that out.
It hit the front.
Let's look at
of
the
the
making
truck.
of America's team.
Okay, that was crazy. Okay, like that was wild. Like, put yourself in that position, right? Final destination moment for you, once in a lifetime, right? Let's relive this. Let's astral project to this vehicle. And remember, this happened at 3 a.m. in the morning. What a beautiful time, right, for this to happen. 3 in the morning. So you're driving. I mean, are they impaired? Or are they sleep deprived? Are they alive? I didn't even hear that if they were dead or alive. Like, I think they're alive. Did they get hit? Like, did the car, like, did the truck get stuck on the tracks? I at 3 in the morning, I'm pretty sure there's not that much traffic. I mean, I'm just assuming, right? I'm just, I'm assuming there's no traffic at 3 in the morning. Were these people under the influence or something? Because it's hard for me to say, right? Because the motor's gone. There's no motor on the vehicle. There's no engine. Let's go back. Let's I'll show you guys real quick because I could do this. Give me 1 sec so I could find it without all these people. I guess that one guy stays standing there. So let's go back to the scene of here. Wait. Okay. Definitely Final Destination. As an investigator, right? You're trying to investigate this and see what the fuck, how the fuck. Those are your two questions, right? What the fuck and how the fuck. What I'm looking at right now, there's no engine cab. The engine is gone. The whole front end is gone. The tires are gone. There's no axle. There's no tire. Where's the tire? The back looks fine. The back looks okay. So did this truck drive into the train? Did this truck drive into the train tracks and the train just wiped the fuck out of it and spun it? Because that's the only thing that can make it make sense, right? Because if you drive into it and it goes and it'll take like the whole engine like that. I mean, what do you think, Chloe? Like, what did this driver like? Did they drive into the train? I mean, that would probably make more sense because if the train hits you in the front, right, it's gonna spin you out too. But would it be that impactful to take the whole engine out? And how fast that train was going? Because at 3 in the morning, you're not really expecting a lot of fucking traffic. So I'm pretty sure the train was going at a pretty good speed. Now, was this vehicle was going at a very good speed too? And they met each other head on? Like, and what I mean by that is like, did the vehicle... Okay. Examples. Let's zoom it in. Train. Here it goes. The remote control. It's a black remote control. Car. Okay. So the train moving this way, coming this way. The car's coming this way. So if they're meeting at the same point, would it take out a whole front end of this car? Or was the train already moving and going this way and the car ran right into it, like into the train in the middle? Or did it get hit at the right here at the tip? Like, did this part was able to, like, the impact, was this car coming like this and they met at that impact to cause that for the... I mean, if those people are still alive, I would like to interview them. I have plenty of questions. What the fuck were you doing? And at 3 in the morning, like, questions comes to my mind. Was there alcohol involved? Was there any substance of, like what I'm doing right now, smoking my medicine? Was there anything like, or medicines or something involved? I mean, there was 2 like occupants in the vehicle, so that means there were 2 people in the vehicle. Like, what is the condition of those people? That's the real question. Like, what the fuck is going on in this world? That's wild. You know what I mean? Well, all we could do here is and hope and pray that they're okay, and live to tell the story and tell the tale. And not only that, but definitely Final Destination. Like, it was definitely Final Destination. I wanted to show. Let me show you guys this real quick. That picture of Diddy bent over on a chair. And I guess that's what I put on my opening part of my show. The screenshot, I put Diddy on the chair, bent over. I go, I'm reading all these pictures. And are those certain positions that you like, Diddy? Because the way they drew you, let me see if we can see it here. Give me 1 sec. They're blowing air out there, so someone's decided to do your yard. Let me bring it over here. Okay, you see the bottom here, down here in the corner. Let me see if I can make it big. Yes, I can. Down here, look at Diddy bent over. Like, don't this look a little too telling in the picture? Like, what was
something's not right. Oh, the train of truth. Listen. I heard it. I heard a train. Unless I'm going crazy, I did hear a train. Oh boy, I'm having a good night. I hope you guys are having a good night. Diddy bent over on a chair.
Let's bring in Lisa
See if they have
here.
if they show a picture of it, if I can get it. If not, I'll find it and show it to you guys. You know what? Let me go find it. Let me go find it because I know
Big news today.
the Diddy picture, the one he's bent over, says a lot. Let me see if I can find the newsfeed that probably have it. If not, I'll find it. Yeah, let me go find it. Let's see. It's a lot.
Diddy Combs.
A lot of pictures came out of that jail, and Diddy bent over on a chair. Really caught my attention. Like this is just a picture. Hold on. Let me fix this. And we'll just take screenshots of this because it's important. This is Diddy, right? And this is what he had written in front of him. Hey KK, I need more baby oil. This is the dealer. That's what he wrote on a text. This is just an embarrassment. It's just an embarrassment. Let me see if I can find any other pictures. Because I don't really want to play these people because this is like but look at this is the guy, this the Punisher. I think isn't this the Punisher who's speaking right here? This is the Punisher. The only thing I see that's punishing is that nose. He got a huge nose. So they probably think he has a huge, fill in the blanks. So like you see like this screams out like maybe jungle dick or something. I don't know. It looks crazy to me. Let me see if they have the picture of the Diddy bent over. I want to see the I don't want to use Google. I don't want to use Google because Google. I don't know. I don't trust them. All right, let's come back to me and I go look for it. I'm gonna go fishing for it. I have it on my show, so it's definitely Diddy bending over on a chair. Let me see if I can pull up. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Let's see if I can do it. Sometimes this keyboard doesn't fucking work. I need a better keyboard. I need to get donations. I'm start pinning on you guys. Hey, if Carmelo Anthony could do it, I could be a grifter too. Fuck. Like Rick, you never asked for anything. I know. Let me see if I can find this picture. Give me 1 sec. I'm working on it. It's gonna take me a moment. Okay. News. As I work behind the scenes. How was your day? How was your day? Pretty sure it was not so bad. I mean, besides Diddy do it. Oh, Diddy. He did it. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can find the picture. No, those are older pictures. So what's the newer ones? Damn it. Hold on. I'm gonna have to go into Google. Ugh, I hate it, but I'm gonna have to do it. So let's go ahead and close this out here. Give me 1 sec. Just gonna bring it back over here. This is live. This is what happens when you do live. So, and then this keyboard always turns off by itself. Okay, let's see if I could. I need images. Oh my god, I got a lot of images. Let me show you guys. Fucking Google never fails, right? I don't like using them, but we got no choice. We're gonna look at the paintings, the Diddy paintings. Okay, where's the Diddy bent over? This is a lot of paintings of Diddy. I wonder if they have it up here, or if not, because I see a lot of like craziness here, a lot of like stuff going on here in court. That something happened here. Diddy supporter dragged out of court. So there was already like interruptions in the court and stuff happening in the court. So that's what I'm saying. Like this case is so fucking weird. Like look at Diddy here. He looks so weird. And then he has this little heart here. He's doing his little heart sign. Like look at this. What is that? What is that? That looks very sexual. It's like pounding on his chair or something. He has his head down like this and this angle. That ass is a little bit too high right there. So I'm just saying, like, who's behind this chair? You know, who's behind this chair? Because like Diddy's I think he's used to this position. I mean, can we check it out? Let's make it bigger. Let's get rid of this. Okay, Diddy with his fist pump. Let me see. Give me 1 sec. My internet's acting crazy, but I'm trying my best. Okay, I'm trying my best. Okay, so you guys are seeing what I'm seeing? Yeah, you are. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so Diddy with the fist pump. It looks like he's beating this girl up. This is a bad picture because look at Diddy here. Look at his fist, and look at her face. Does that look good? I mean, that's not good. Okay, I'm just saying, like he it looks like he wants to punch her in the face. Like he's happy. So you know when Diddy's happy and he has this little smile, he gets excited and he wants to punch her in the face. Okay, Cassie knows. Like, ask Cassie. She was in that courtroom, pregnant as hell, in that courtroom, pleading her case, and yet they only got him for like trafficking state lines with intentions of like prostitution and stuff, and two counts of that. So it doesn't make any sense. That is just that right there is just it just throws me off. Because why would you charge those two but not charge the sex trafficking? Because hello, if he's bringing them from crossing state lines, he's bringing them to traffic to have sex trafficking. Hello, doesn't make sense. Help me make it make sense. Okay, let's continue. Here's another picture. Oh, here's the Diddy. He's popping it under the desk. He's used to this. Oh my goodness. A keyboard hunting. Yeah. I need to get another keyboard because my keyboard here it constantly turns off. It's not cooperating. It's not. I need to get a better one. But I want it small. I don't want it so big. I don't want a big keyboard, but I need a better one than this. But this is Diddy 3 hours ago. Okay, why would you do this? Why would you do this in court? Okay. Does this screams out innocent? Or does it scream out freak off? Because for me, it looks like Diddy's asking for baby oil. And he's not getting out of jail. And he looks upset right there, right? Because we could play this opposite, right? Because they're trying to paint this as he's happy. He's joyful that he beat the RICO, he beat the sex trafficking, but he's still guilty on 2 charges. But I don't know, the RICO is something with the jury was not right because they came back. Because remember, this went to deliberation and they had problem with the RICO with the first case, like. They kept sending it back to the judge, and they were like they sent like 6 letters, like 6 messages to the judge. Funny, number 6 comes out, and I have 6 people watching. Thank you. 6 is the number, but this one right here is doing 69, but it looks like he wants to get it from the back. Okay, so this is Diddy at his best, celebrating in court, bending over. That's the best way to celebrate, right? Bent over. So let's go ahead and see here. This is Diddy with his attorney, the one that we saw earlier, barking up a storm. This is them right here, talking out in court. Look at this one. He's like, "Oh, let me put my hand on my hip like this, so it looks normal, right? Let's just hold your hip like that, like put your hand like that." Okay, very masculine. Let's keep it moving. Oh, the family. What the fuck is this? They look like aliens. Why do they look like that? Oh my god. They did the Diddy family. Look at the Diddy family. They did them dirty. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. This should be on a t-shirt. Tyson de la Cruz, I'm calling you. Psychically, this needs to be on a t-shirt. The Diddy family. Oh no. That's wild. Let's keep it moving. Oh, this is when he beat up Cassie at the hotel. That he came out his bathrobe. I guess Diddy wasn't too intrigued in watching himself beat up someone. So yeah, this is a little wild here. Let's keep it moving. See if there's any more. Oh, look. Happy 45th birthday, Puff Daddy. Oh, Daddy. Yeah, and the jury's like, what the fuck what's going on here? Like, like this guy's screaming. I don't know what he's too excited. The judge back there looks like he's confused. Like, what the fuck? Happy 45th birthday. That was 7 years ago. Like, that was like 7-8 years ago, I think, because he's like 52 now, 53, I believe. He's in his 50s already. Yeah, really fucking weird, right? Weird. Okay, so we got the baby. I'm sorry. Because he got the beating up on Cassie. So, he likes to beat on women, but in a sense that, like, does that scream out positive for society? Does that scream out that yes, he should be brought back into society? Like, someone that's a woman beater? Wow. Okay. Oh, look, the dragging picture of Diddy dragging Cassie. Oh, this could be a good shirt picture too. You had the jury looking at this, looking at Cassie getting her ass kicked, and literally ass kicked. Like he kicked her. He kicked her in the head. He kicked her in the ass. He kicked her in the stomach. He kicked her everywhere. Like he beat her up. and dragged her. Like that's come on, and you know it's just ridiculous. Look at Diddy. Diddy's right here. Look at little Diddy here. Oh man, there's Diddy. What is he drawing? What is he doing? And what's all these others are doing? That this is his dream team. Remember, he said his dream team. So this is his master plan. But I'm pretty sure all this shit's gonna backfire on him. Like it's really gonna backfire. Let's go to the next picture here. Oh, so they're having a conversation here, and Diddy's just looking back. Because he's not paying attention, he's looking at someone. Because look at his eyes is like focusing this way. So I don't feel like he's I don't know, he's not paying. I don't know if he's paying attention or not in this picture. I guess this was some kind of the I don't know what the hell's going on here. I see a lot of blue and green on the screen, so I guess that's redacted or something. I'm not sure. Oh, what's going on at this scene here, this picture? I don't know why the court artist, I guess it's from the AP. I'm not understanding why would they draw this. What was the importance of drawing this specific scene right here? I don't get it. Neither do you, right? Let's keep it moving. Oh, that's a nice little cup. Nice little mug there. It's like a book mug. Oh, look at Diddy. He's waving at his family, I'm pretty sure. He's like, hey, how you doing? Like, he can't really talk, but he's like waving at them. And I guess they're going through some evidence here. I don't know. What is this here? I don't know. Diddy's there looking like he's looking all weird there a little bit. And is this drugs or something? Because this looks like a hand and some kind of maybe pipe or something here, and maybe something here. I don't know. You see, my problem with the Diddy case is that my problem with it, the drug trafficking. Like they didn't bring any of that up. They didn't even bring up anything of the drugs that they found, that they use for the lube, like for the baby oil. There's medicine, there's stuff that they put into the oils to get and penetrate into your body easier, meaning the medicine, strong drugs that you could put in the oil, and it's like a lubricant. It's like medicine. It's like what I have here. Like, let me make myself big. It's like this. It's a medicine that I have for my back and for my neck that I put on. It's a cream. It's a tropic cream, but it has like 13 different pain medicines in it that really like it helps with the pain and like, you know, it's a tropical cream, so you put it on yourself. And even marijuana, they sell it. They sell marijuana that has medicine, and you put it on you, and the medicine penetrates in through your skin, and it's a faster way to get in. Like the patches. Like I have a patch right here. See the patch? So let me see. I could do a little. See the patch? The medicine goes through your skin pores, and it's like it's a quicker way to get medicine into your system. Pure example, right? Great example. That's what the baby oil was used. That's why he has so much baby oil. What do you think he has so much baby oil for? It's for his freckles, right? Now, medicine, it's a medicine that you put in the oil, you shake it up, and you apply. And when you apply that medicine into you, it really like loosens you up, and it makes you like a little bit more freakier. Let's put it that way. Okay. And I don't know why they didn't bust him on the drug trafficking. Why, like the drugs that he had so much drugs. He had a lot of drugs. He had so much drugs that is I don't understand why they didn't get him on that neither. Like something's not right, you know. When you feel like something's not right, like that case is just like a little piece of all the bad things he's done. Just one little thing that they went after him for. Wow, he has all the buried shit that he knows, and he has like it's just ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous case. It doesn't make any sense. And the fact that they just brought up on and wasted all that time because that took weeks and weeks and weeks and got nothing accomplished. They kept on the same subject on the sex, and that was about it. Horrible. Let's go back to the portraits here. Let's keep it moving. I guess that's drugs. I mean, could it be a crack pipe or something? Some kind of like drugs or something? Let's see the photo of drugs. Yeah, it is drugs. You see, I couldn't see because I have the camera in front of me, but yeah, it is drugs. So, yeah, so there's pictures of what it is. It's drugs. And of course, this is some questioning shit. Pictures. I want to get to the good stuff. Like this is a lot of pictures, so I'm trying to go as fast as possible here. That's Diddy. I guess he was praying or something or doing something. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going a little bit too fast here. I guess he was praying. I don't know. He has his hand like this one. Why did they paint her butt like this? Okay, like. What was this person thinking at this moment? Yeah. Let's keep it moving. I guess they were listening to a freak off. So these people are going to be scarred for life for listening and watching to a freak off. It's like a private show. Yeah, it's a private show. Look, a private show that they have. I hope they didn't get like stimulated by what they were hearing. Disgusting. But Diddy, he was having a good time again because he has his hand over his face. He's like, "Yes, I love this shit. I can't believe they're showing this." Yeah, Diddy, you're so nasty. You're a nasty dude. Oh goodness. I guess there's some more Ventura stuff. Let's keep it moving. Why Diddy's always looking back? See his pictures, he's always looking back. New York Punish. Was it Punish? This is Punisher? The Punisher? Diddy's looking at that. He's like, oh yeah, that's what I like. I like me some Punisher. No, Diddy. Oh, what is this? What Diddy's doing here? Oh no, he was hugging the black girl. The one that we saw up there, I guess. Like this is Diddy like doing his diddler. He's doing his Diddy check. Like the way he grabbed her, like what's going on here? Is he bent over? I don't know. He looks like he's bent over. And what is that attorney behind him right here? What is he touching? Because Diddy's right here, right? Where is his hand at? Oh no. Don't and Diddy has a smile. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Diddy's having a good time. I don't know. This seems like a freak off to him. This is like the closest thing to a freak off he has had in a long time. Oh. Okay, let's keep it moving. Because this is a lot here. More of the Diddy here. The little Diddy. Diddy dun Diddy do. Just keep it moving. I don't need to hear about his personal trainer. I don't care. I don't want to, like, what is Diddy doing here? Is that a gun? Oh, what happened to the weapon charges? That's right. I forgot about that. Remember the weapons he had that he scratched off the serial numbers off of the weapons? Oh, how can we have forgotten about that? That's right. Now that I see the picture, it kind of put two and two together. What happened to the weapons charges? The weapons that he wasn't even supposed to be having, and the serial number scraped off. This is not over. Yo, oh my god, that is so true. What? There's more to this. There has to be drug charges and there has to be weapons charges. They have the weapons that he scratched off the serial numbers. Oh my god. Why? Okay, but why would they go after the RICO now? Why was the rush for the RICO? You could have gone after the sex, the sex trafficking and stuff. You didn't have to add the RICO now. You could have added the RICO with the weapon charges and the drug charges instead of the sex charges. Oh, this is a fuck up. I think this was done on purpose. I don't trust anything that James Comey spits out, and especially from his dick. This is not right. Something's not right here. There's so many other charges, other stuff that I'm seeing that's not even being prosecuted. This is ridiculous. Something's not right. Something's not adding up. I'm sorry. Something's not adding up. I don't know what's going on in this picture. It always looks weird. Diddy always looks weird. I don't like Diddy, to be honest with you. I'm not a fan of his at all. I don't like Diddy. Never did. I like Biggie, but I never liked Diddy. I didn't like his music. He was too to me, he was too soft as a rapper. He was very vanilla, very creamy, not my type of music, really. Every step I take. Well, bitch, you're not taking much. And you better learn your fucking lesson while you're in jail, because if he comes up, let me tell you, all this did was give Diddy hope. This trial gave Diddy hope. But the problem I have is that they should not have gone for RICO right now. RICO should have been left with the drug charges and with the gun charges. Now, the sex trafficking and the sex transportation shit of crossing state lines for prostitution, okay, he got guilty on those too, but they didn't get him on the sex trafficking. Doesn't make any sense. If you're bringing prostitutes across state lines, what the fuck you think they're doing? It's just sex trafficking. Oh my god. I don't know why they brought the RICO right now. That should have been left for the drug charges. That should have been left for the weapons charges. This is not over yet. And a lot of people are short-minded. Oh man. I don't know why Diddy look so fucking weird. It looks so weird. Why did they blur this face out? Oh, because she was Jane Doe. Everybody knows who Jane Doe is. Diddy knows. He sees her. It's not a big secret anymore. You see, why did he always looking to he's looking back? He's not all his pictures. I see him is it me that I see him looking backwards instead of forward? I mean, it could be optional. You could see him probably looking forward, but I see him looking to this side. He has that looking back type of look. I need a break. Please respect this. You are gonna let me in your home? Are you gonna let me in? I don't know what the hell that says, but let's keep it going. Okay, what a portrait, right? Where's her face? Okay, it's a painting, but you can at least do her face. Oh, she wants to stay anonymous as Jane Doe, but Diddy knows who she is, so it's not so anonymous. Oh Lord, this is stupid. Look at Diddy. Diddy looks so weird. Weird. It looks like a devil right here. Look at his like little horns right here. He's like, it's very evil looking. Like this mouth. Ugh. You know how many dicks this mouth has been in? Ugh. Diddy. Oh, everybody's around Diddy. Diddy's the head coach. He's the head leader. Okay, more crying. Diddy's just sitting back. Oh, keep it moving. Like this is another witness. Oh Lord, the Cassie. Look how he's holding his head. He has a big ass hands. Look how his hands are. And look at the portrait here of Cassie being dragged. You know, this would be a t-shirt right here too. I mean, I'm in the business of making t-shirts. Okay. So I like to make, I want to start like making shirts and start selling them, because a lot of these shirts, I can put them up for sale. Look at this one. This one, Diddy was kicking her, and he kind of enjoys it because like look at his face. He looks like, nah, it's nothing. What the fuck is this? Okay, let's keep it moving because that guy kind of like scares me. I guess it's the hotel security guard, Eddie Garcia. Okay. Oh, this is the one that tried to interrupt the court. The one that they escorted this person because this woman started shouting in court and trying to distract the court, and she was like a supporter of Diddy that was in court that they had to kick out. Crazy. But Cassie's not innocent either. But Merry Christmas. I love you so much. Happy New Year always. So my love to you. I don't know what that means. Always. I don't know. I can't really see it. I'm not gonna look at it. Keep it going. Like this one, no face. Call me now. Call me now. Call me now. Call me now. Like Diddy's like impulsive. Diddy, man, I don't trust you. Never did. Like even your portraits, I don't even trust you. Even more. After these portraits and stuff. Keep it going. Ew, look at this one. Looks like a real gentleman right here. Looks evil as fuck. Like look at this mouth. Like look at like not positive. Not positive energy at all. Like you can read energy from pictures, I hope you know. So like every portrait has a lot of like, you can feel the energy from it. Just keep it moving. So former assistant. Just keep it going. I don't trust Diddy. Look at that face. It's not trustworthy at all. Oh, the gun. Look at the gun. So they were showing the weapons, right? This is during the Miami search. So wait a minute. Homeland Security investigates Special Agent Karn shows the weapons recovered during the search in Miami to jury members and Sean Combs' sex trafficking. Wait a minute. So they showed the guns in court, but there was no weapons charge. The serial numbers were scraped off. You see what I mean? This doesn't make any sense. And then the amount of drugs he had. They even showed the picture of the drugs. Oh no. This is garbage, man. This trial was garbage. Oh, look, they even showing the gun, but there's no weapons charges. They didn't charge him on any weapons. Were they trying to recode the weapons? I mean, why were the weapons there? Oh, the weapons was just an afternote, man. It was just nothing. They didn't even get him on the weapons. Oh, man, this guy is just, oh no. This is not good. Oh no. I'm discouraged already. I'm just not. Look at this. This is Cassie. Look how big she is. Holy shit. She was huge. Look at Diddy. What is Diddy doing? Where is his hand at? Diddy, we gotta keep an eye on you, man, because you're not like screaming like trustworthy. You're not a trustworthy person. That's for damn sure. Pop Pop, I really miss you. I don't know. Like, I guess Diddy is Pop Pop. Who? But that's another video, a picture of Diddy beating up Cassie coming down the hallway. That's Cassie. So this is more towards the beginning of the trial. You say she was pretty big there. Look at Diddy looking at her like, bitch, I'm gonna fuck you up. Once I get to see you again, I'm gonna put my fist right in your face. Oh, the heart. The heart. The Diddy heart. Oh, he's so cute. Fucking, does that scream innocent? Does that scream innocent right there? Why would you have to do that? To what are you trying to prove? Like, yeah, he's showing that little symbol to his family. Like, this guy's disgusting, man. He's so disgusting. I can't stand him. I'm just gonna keep going through because I can't stand this motherfucker. Look at this. Look at this. Oh man. I'm just gonna keep scrolling. This is the family. His family's back here. This is the mother right here. This is the mother, and this is all the other kids. You can tell they're ugly as fuck. And look at Diddy. He has his finger up, like the thumbs up. He's giving them a thumbs up. Like, are you kidding me? This is so fucking. This case. Look at the family here. The mama's right here in the middle, of course, because she thinks she's Tina Turner, which she's the reject Turner. This fucking reminds me of Bill Cosby a little bit. I'm getting some Bill Cosby like feelings here. It's kind of feeling weird. Oh God, look at Diddy looking back again. Oh, he looks so ugly. Oh, he's so disgusting, man. Disgusting human being. Ugh. Oh goodness gracious. No, he's fake as fuck. He is so fake. Like, look at him looking in the back again. He's not even paying attention. Everybody's looking forward, right? Everybody's looking forward. Judge looking forward. Where's Diddy looking at? Who is he looking at? Look, again, another picture. What, like, the attorney's talking to the judge. He's talking, I'm pretty sure. And where's Diddy looking at? He's looking back. Not even paying attention. Fucking Diddy. He really thought he was going to go home for the 4th of July. What the fuck is this? Who's this? Who's this? I don't know who's that. Is that Diddy? Oh no, Diddy looks like a fucking zombie right here. No wonder I don't trust this motherfucker. He's the Night of the Living Dead. Ew, his mother in the background. Ew. And she's wearing glasses. And look, this is what came out of you, lady? Can you push him back in? I'll help push him back in. But don't call it a freak off, because I'm no, don't call that a freak off. Like I'll kick him back in there. This is like really early in the case. This is what the pictures you're seeing here, like really like early pictures. I think that's it. Yay, we did it. We got through it together. Oh, my goodness, that was a little bit too much, right? That was just a lot going on. Too much. Let me see if I could get back to the Diddy bend over, because that was the let me see if I can find it. I know I can. Past the drugs, past the beating. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me set it up again, because for some reason I closed it out and I shouldn't have done that. But it's okay, Rick. We got this. We got this. All right. Here we go. Diddy's favorite position. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Diddy, what have you been doing in jail lately? Let me guess. I mean, the position, I give it probably a 9.5. He has his knees tucked in, ass sticking out, hands to the side, head to the side. I think he's done this before, because look at his feet and his toes pointing on the floor. He's done this before. This is not new to Diddy. He really likes this position. So he wanted to make sure this position came out on a painting. So they'll always have this right next to Bill Clinton and his blue dress. Epstein blue dress. Yep. The one that's in Epstein Island, that was right above Epstein's bed, was Bill Clinton's infamous blue dress. Well, this is Diddy bent over. Oh man, let me tell you, it is what it is, right? Diddy bent over. So let's shy away from the Diddy's. Let's go back to Medley King. I wanted to continue watching her from earlier.
Punishment. That's a speed bump. And the message is clear. If you're rich enough, connected enough, and untouchable enough, even being guilty doesn't matter. And let's not lose sight of who carried this entire case on her back. Cassie Ventura didn't just speak out. She relived years of trauma, humiliation, and abuse under oath. She testified while pregnant, gave birth during the trial, and still returned to finish her story. Guys, this is not courage. It's heroic. She told the jury about the freak-offs, the violence, the surveillance, the control. She described being dragged through hotel hallways, being monitored 24/7, being forced into sex acts she didn't want and couldn't escape. She wasn't alone either. Other women backed up her story. Hotel surveillance videos backed her story. Financial records backed her story. But in the end, the jury only believed the least damaging part, the part about travel. They were too afraid or too biased or too conditioned by celebrity worship to confront the real weight of what she endured. They gave her breadcrumbs and called it justice. But let's be honest, it's a slap in the face, because Cassie did everything a victim is supposed to do. She told the truth. She provided evidence. She showed up. And what did she get in return? A system that bent over backwards to protect the man who hurt her. That is not justice. That is betrayal, plain and simple. And I want to say it is 100% the government's fault. When the verdict came down, Cassie could have lashed out. She could have screamed, protested, or condemned the system. But instead, she issued a calm, measured statement that said more than any courtroom verdict ever could. I'm grateful that the jury saw the truth. This case was never about money. It has always been about accountability. It's about healing. It's about making sure no one else has to go through what I went through. Let's stop and think about that again. It's about accountability. It's about healing. She didn't care about headlines. She didn't care about revenge. She cared about exposing the truth. Her lawyer then, he decided to follow up by saying this. Cassie paved the way for others to speak out. Her strength left an incredible mark. And they're right. Her testimony was a turning point, but it wasn't enough because in the end, a powerful man still walked out the door. The machine still turned, the camera still flashed, and justice still slipped through the cracks. Let's talk about the actual charges, shall we?
I'm gonna show you something
Mann Act
funny.
violations. On paper, sure, they're serious. They carry felony weight, but in practice, they mean almost nothing, especially in a case like this, because these are process crimes. They're about logistics, not violence. They let the system say, see, we did something without actually doing anything that actually matters, punishing abuse. Diddy didn't get convicted for rape, not for coercion, not for freak-offs, the surveillance, the manipulation, just for putting the women on a plane. Think about how sick that is.
The guns.
You can abuse someone for years,
The
physically and
guns.
psychologically, and the only thing the court will punish you for is how you got them there.
The guns
It's legal
without the
fiction,
serial
and it's
numbers.
exactly how the powerful people and what they rely on to get away with their crimes. It gives them an out, a way to say, well, I didn't do that, just the other thing. It's the kind of half measure that keeps abusers in mansions and survivors in the gutter and therapy. You want to know how this happened? Well, I think it's pretty simple. The system did what it's designed to do, not serve justice, but preserve power. Diddy had the best lawyers money could buy. He had publicists spinning every headline. He had years of practice silencing his victims. He didn't win in spite of the system. He won because of it. This is how it's supposed to work for them, for the elites, not for you, not for victims, but for the rich, the famous, the connected. They put on a show, a trial with all the drama, but the ending was already written. And the ending was this. Diddy gets a record, sure, but no punishment, no jail, no consequences that actually changes his life. Just another scandal to bury with millions of dollars. If you walk away from this thinking that Diddy lost, you weren't paying attention. He was convicted, yes, but he won. He won because he beat the most serious charges. He won because he gets to go home. He won because the world will forget and his empire will go on. And Cassie, she'll be remembered as brave, but she'll carry that trauma forever. This isn't justice. This is America. This is our government. And no one can ever convince me that they were serious about this case when they brought it. They were not serious. I think the government re-traumatized victims, Cassie in particular, and they just put on a distraction. They put on a show to have us all look and point and say, when the real puppet masters, the real crimes, the real things we've heard about Diddy go unchecked, he'll never, ever face any consequences for the things that he's done. And now he's going to feel invincible to keep going, to keep doing these things. But now he knows the legal way that he has to do it and have his lawyers involved to make sure he's never caught up in another scandal. Not another crime, but just another scandal. He can do his dirt, but they're going to make sure that it's hidden behind closed doors. And if you're celebrating Diddy getting away with this, are you really standing behind this immoral degenerate? The excuse of a man? The things that he's done, sure, he won in the court of law. I think the fix was in. The government was sloppy, lazy, or complicit. This was all just, like I said, a distraction. But if you're standing up for a rich superstar with zero morals, zero character, that is an absolute abomination, you really need to look in the mirror. This is not a victory for you. You still have to go to work. You still got to pay your bills. And Diddy couldn't give a damn about you. And I hope you don't have a daughter who could possibly Diddy decides to sweep into his freak-offs. Celebrating Diddy is a victory. I don't understand that. First of all, I don't understand anybody who celebrates celebrities. I don't understand that at all. And you're acting as though he hasn't committed any crimes. He hasn't done anything. Sure. In this case, he just won. But really think about the bigger picture that you're celebrating. A man having freak offs, peeing in women's mouths, sores in it, they can't swallow it, and vaginal infections, the baby oil, the drugs, all of this. This is where we're at as a nation. This is where we are as people. We're celebrating a degenerate celebrity just for the fact that he's a celebrity. Absolutely not. And this goes
Crazy.
for all of Hollywood. This goes for all of these celebrities. I don't celebrate or give a damn about any of them because I think it's all corruption. I think they all are pushing a narrative in front of us to distract us from the truth. And the government helps them. And you can see exactly why so many victims don't speak out anymore. Or people say, well, why didn't she come forward sooner? Really? With these results? This is what she should have came out earlier for? I think that's what pisses me off the most. I'm not even mad at Diddy because I understand demons are going to operate. Demonic things are going to happen in this world, but the government, at least we have some trust in our justice system. We try to believe that the right thing is going to come through. And it looks like that is just an illusion. There's never any real justice. And that goes for both sides. There are men who have been victimized. There are children that have been victimized and definitely don't get their justice served. But then we also think about how there have been people who have been falsely accused of things. And men in particular who have been falsely accused, and the justice system will still throw them under the bus. So I think what this proves more than anything else is that our justice system is not about justice. It's about special interests protecting themselves and the government being too sloppy, too careless, or complicit in victimizing victims over and over again and letting those, especially celebrities, continue to walk free and get away with their crimes.
Crazy. It is wild. I mean, I'm trying to find another show right now. Here, I have it here. Give me 1 second. Bring it back to me. Yeah, I mean, Diddy, listen, just for the people that are watching right now and the ones who are rewatching, thank you for rewatching. I appreciate it. I've been on here for 3 hours. I do this straight 3 hours, okay, and barely anybody watches. So I truly appreciate the ones who do watch, and I thank you very much. But do you trust someone that looks like this? Let me know. Tell me. Tell me what's the first thing that comes into your mind. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you see this picture? Knowing what this guy has done. This is very disturbing. This gentleman is, the fact that the family thought that he was going to have a moment outside of the courthouse to celebrate is pathetic. Yeah, that screams guilty. But it screams like the family really thought he was going to come home with them today. They really wanted to take this man home today. They secured a $1 million bond to take Diddy home. First of all, $1 million is nothing. Diddy has that in a bank account. Why do you have to take out a bond? And why is it so low? Wasn't you offering more money beforehand? And now why is the bond so low? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't trust anybody that's like in this position in a painting. I'm very sorry, but this is not a great position to be in. It's not a great position to be in. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. It's the truth. And the truth hurts. It just sucks that, sometimes, you get diddied. So let's check out this show. Penny Johnson, Hollywood in panic as Jay-Z loses massive bombshell lawsuit on Diddy freak-off party allegations. This is only the beginning of this book of hell. Let's check it out.
To run away.
What's up, guys? Benny. Don't celebrate Diddy getting off just yet. The Puff Pass certainly not over, and this Diddy party is just getting started. There is a lot of celebration. There are Diddy fans squirting each other with baby oil outside of the courthouse. I don't even know. I don't even know what to make of this. People are mentally ill. There are disturbed people in the world. How you could celebrate something like this, I don't know. You should dropped your weave, dropped your wig. That's enough of that. Yeah, Diddy falls to his knees in the courthouse as Diddy fans squirt each other with baby oil, wearing shirts say, "It's a Freako, not a Rico." Got it. So the feds totally blew it, right, on their federal charges against Diddy. But Diddy now faces an avalanche of civil charges and other state charges. And one of them is very serious and took a massive turn today. Something that we've often asked in this case and the Epstein case and so on is, who are the accomplices exactly? If you're going to bring a RICO charge against somebody, that means that the Fed saw Diddy as a kingpin inside of a criminal enterprise. Where are all the other criminal convictions? A RICO charge, by its entire architecture and setup, means that Diddy sits at the top of a criminal enterprise, and there are all these other generals and all these other heavies underneath him that are committing crimes. And so you need to arrest them, charge them, flip them on their boss all the way up the pyramid. That's how it happens. That's how it happens with the mob. RICO charges have been successfully charged pretty famously in New York, but they didn't do any of that. They didn't do that with Epstein, right? Like, Epstein was sex trafficking, right? But to who? To no one, apparently, because no one's ever been charged with being an Epstein client. Weird how that works. I want to focus in on a couple of civil lawsuits that I think will be the undoing, actually, of Diddy. Sean Diddy Combs accused of sexual assault in new civil suits. A ton of suits have been filed by a specific attorney named Tony Busby. Sean Diddy Combs, facing a wave of new sexual assault and rape accusations, New York NBC News obtained 5 new civil suits filed on Sunday, 7 total by Texas-based attorney Tony Busby. The 5 suits include allegations that Combs sexually assaulted plaintiffs for years. 2 of the plaintiffs are men, 3 are women. Some of them were as young as 13 years old. Combs also accused of drugging them. Busby, who told NBC News that he plans to file 7 suits total. We will let the allegations in the filed complaints speak for themselves, and we'll work to see that justice is done. Combs did not immediately respond. So what's going to happen here? Well, the filings did speak for themselves, and what they said was that Jay-Z is complicit in this. Jay-Z accused of, in a civil lawsuit, of illegal acts, horrifying acts with a 13-year-old girl.
That's disgusting.
And Jay-Z, star rapper and entertainer, whose real name is Sean Carter, is accused in the lawsuit of illegal acts with a 13-year-old girl. And Sean Diddy Combs, the anonymous accuser known as Jane Doe, said the assault happened when she was driven to an MTV Music Awards after party. The federal lawsuit, originally filed in October, Southern District of New York, listing Combs as a defendant, refiled Sunday to include Carter. Texas-based attorney Tony Busby filed the suit, did not comment. Jay-Z called it idiotic. Okay. So I want to talk really quickly about Jay-Z because he's just incredibly mysterious and left totally out of the news cycle when it comes to this Diddy stuff.
Yep.
You know, the people who know Jay-Z and know Beyonce have gone out and done a lot of media. And they've said that he's a really, really bad person. There have been lawsuits filed against him and Beyonce, alleging some pretty horrible and heinous acts. Obviously, you know, these are just lawsuits. People can file them. You know, they can be frivolous, whatever. But when you listen to the people who know them, the people who worked with them, the people who, you know, were on video talking about their relationship with them, it starts to really paint a pretty disturbing constellation of this industry. and how sick it is. Right? It ensnares some of those powerful people.
No, ain't no party like a Diddy party. So
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah. Hey, everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party, right? Okay.
Disgusting.
Well, what was happening at those Diddy parties with some of the most famous rappers and celebrities that Diddy knew, including Beyonce and Jay-Z? And there's Jaguar Wright, who knows them and explains what she believes was going on.
Thousands. I've talked to hundreds that I deal with still myself. I have 3 victims right now who are willing to give testimony about not only what Mr. Carter has done to them, but his wife as well. They're a nasty little couple.
That's a big case.
They do nasty things.
The
What do you
Beyonce
think
one?
happened with Kim
Keeping
Porter?
people against their will. Putting people on planes while they're unconscious, just like Aaliyah got on that plane.
Ooh.
Unconscious. There's a lot of things that people don't want to talk about, Pierce.
Okay. You know, that went pretty thermonuclear when those charges were being brought and those allegations were being brought against Jay-Z and Beyonce. Is there any merit to them? Is there any merit to any of this, or is it just wild speculation for clicks, right? Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Massive news out of the Jay-Z case. Jay-Z denies the claims in the Busby lawsuit, says it's an extortion saga, and his strong denial. And then, of course, he is sued Tony Busby back. The judge in that case has thrown it out, meaning that the judge, at the very least, sees a reason for the lawsuit to move forward in this. Judge dismisses Jay-Z's extortion defamation lawsuit against Tony Busby. California judge reversed course again in a case surrounding a lawyer who is suing Sean Combs on behalf of multiple alleged victims. Okay, let's read. A California judge reversed course again on Monday and fully dismissed Jay-Z's extortion against Texas lawyer Tony Busby. In a 65-page ruling, Los Angeles County Judge Mark Epstein, interesting, hopefully no relation, says he was not wholly satisfied with his decision. He tried to balance the competing interests at play and would wait for the Court of Appeals to step in to determine whether he was right or wrong. He ended his ruling with the phrase, "Stay tuned." Jay-Z, whose real name is Sean Carter, sued Busby last year with claims the high-profile Houston attorney knew he was peddling lies when he filed a lawsuit accusing Carter of being the male celebrity who raped a 13-year-old girl alongside Sean Diddy Combs.
Wow, that's crazy.
25 years ago. Carter claims Busby sent him 2 demand letters in early November to squeeze him for money. He claims a week later that Busby named him as a co-defendant in the Jane Doe's lawsuit because he refused to pay the secret settlement. Okay. But the judge has now thrown that defamation suit out. Tony Busby to Jay-Z, "I'm going to give your lawyers a haircut. I want a lot of money for the dismissed lawsuit." Tony Busby is taking a victory lap around Jay-Z because after the judge dismissed the lawsuit Jay-Z filed against him, Busby told him he's planning to go after the attorney for a lot of money. Jay-Z was suing Busby for extortion. California judge stepped in and tossed the lawsuit out. Now Busby is licking his chops, telling TMZ the case was dismissed in a lengthy, well-reasoned opinion, and he says he's going to ask for a lot of money for defending against a meritless case. We have a long history of winning. We won't be deterred in our important work. All right. So, I mean, at the very least, the judge throwing out the defamation suit, there has to be some type of merit to this, meaning somewhere the judge is saying, hey, listen, this case deserves to go forward and at the very least be heard, right? The Jay-Z's attorney says he intends to file an appeal of the decision. Yet another huge win. John Doe's case against me and the Busby law firm alleging extortion and defamation was thrown out by the court. As I said, when it was filed, the case was completely meritless. We will now seek attorney's fees against John Doe for bringing the legally flawed case. There you go. Superior Court judge has dismissed Jay-Z's extortion defamation case. There you go. Jay-Z's filed an appeal. A judge dismisses the case. Big news today. What's going on next? I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Jay-Z, Beyonce, that's going to be a big
trial,
case because that ties in
I mean, like,
Rico
listen, we saw
with
what
Diddy.
people did to Donald Trump. Every false
That's why
allegation that
the
could possibly
Diddy
be made
Rico
against Trump
doesn't
was
make any
made.
sense.
Trump had to fight it. It takes a lot of work. Sucks that it happens. So go prove your innocence, right? Let it stand on its own merits. I mean, the people who've worked closely with Jay-Z don't say nice things about him.
Time for us to address the elephant in the room.
R. Kelly was the first corporately sponsored pedophile. Everybody knew.
Once the came out on R. Kelly, Jay-Z fled the scene.
Point was, he knew all the time. For 20 years, Jay-Z refused to speak out against R. Kelly, but his former partner, Dame Dash, won't stay silent.
Aaliyah is key to everything. Aaliyah and I were very serious. We talked about getting married, so I knew exactly what went on.
She would be like, no, that's a bad man.
R. Kelly did indeed marry his protege, the 15-year-old singer Aaliyah Houghton.
Like, Aaliyah was like the sacrificial lamb for all that.
22-year-old rising star Aaliyah has been killed in a horrific plane crash.
I remember that. You couldn't understand.
It changed you, turned you into a monster.
When Dame was at his lowest, Jay committed the ultimate betrayal.
I had so much trust in my brother, but he did things I thought he would never do. So what you think I felt all these years?
For 20 years, R. Kelly's power protected him.
At that time, we did not look hard enough.
Remember Aaliyah's album cover?
Age ain't nothing but a number, sitting back there like Perv Master.
I mean, I wasn't there. You know, I ain't have nothing to do with that.
They made a song together called Not Guilty. Anybody that knows what happened to my girl that with me should not be with homie, period.
Tell me about the relationship with Jay-Z. You and Jay-Z formed Rockefeller Records in the 90s. Are you and Jay-Z still friends?
Well, but there's been things where he's been in business with people that are against my honor code. So because of that, I kind of have to keep a distance.
As you hear all this other stuff in the news with R. Kelly, how does that make you feel about him?
I was just shocked at how long he got away with it.
I mean,
wow.
Okay.
How long
people
he got
that work
away
with
with
him
it?
don't say very nice things about him. There's a lot of lawsuits. And now judges are saying, no, these lawsuits have merits and they're going to go forward. So we'll see what happens next.
Wow.
With Jay-Z and with Diddy.
And
But I
Beyonce.
think this whole R. Kelly point is a really great point. Remember, R.
Yeah,
Kelly
Beyonce one
was
the-
originally let off the hook
oh my God, the
for
JC
allegations
Beyonce is
against him.
big.
He was retried and was found guilty. He's going to be spending the rest of his life in prison. Of course, his life's ruined. So
That's
we'll see.
wild.
Hopefully they do turn slowly. Thankfully, they do
That-
turn.
Very, 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 very wild. I mean, yeah, Jay-Z, right? Nobody's talking about Jay-Z. There's a lot of people that are not talking about in the industry, that did a little of the diddling in Hollywood, like literally diddling. And I'm lucky. I'm a survivor from that crazy. Hollywood is crazy. Like LA, it's. I lived there before, not Hollywood. Well, yeah, I did. I lived in Hollywood when I first moved to California. I went there, and I stayed in Hollywood, and then I went to Glendale, and then from Glendale I went to Pasadena, and then from Pasadena I went to West Covina. It sounds funny, right? It's like the setup, but yeah, I kept migrating eastward until my mom called me and she was like really sick and she wanted me to come back home. So I ended up selling all my shit and went back to Florida. Yeah, it's like California is just, it wasn't for me. It was just too smoggy. Like I wasn't used to like all that fumes. It was just really sickening. Like I got sick when I was out there. It's like I couldn't fucking breathe. That's how horrible it was. It's just disgusting. But like not as disgusting as this, This is what's really disgusting right here. Like, what made him like do that? Like, who if you could imagine if they would have let this guy go tonight, that
what he would have done outside that courthouse, the mockery he would have done outside that courthouse, acting a fool. He would have probably been dancing, singing. They probably would have had bottles popping. Like, they already had the baby oil out there. Like, it's just ridiculously dumb to give this guy a reward for his bad behavior and illegal, behavior. Like, this guy is not innocent. This guy is very guilty, and that position that he's in right now, it kind of like, it's telling me a lot. Okay, it's giving that position right there is saying, if this was, I was in this case, if this was me having to be going through this case, do you think I would do something like this? Like, after hearing that I'm guilty in 2 charges, the other 3 were pretty serious charges that I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand this case. Because how can you be guilty for crossing state lines and prostitution stuff, but not sex trafficking? Like, it goes together. So it doesn't make sense that he's guilty of this but not of that, but it ties in together. You feel me? So I don't know how you guys think. Just let me know in the chat. But in my opinion and my energy, and I read pictures, this guy is crazy as hell. This guy is waiting for something like to come from behind. I mean, the way he looks in this picture and the way he's looking sideways, that's what's crazy. Because wouldn't you put your head down and be like banging, like, yes, no, he has his head sideways. Like, look at his family, and he's like bent over. That's disturbing. That's a disturbing image right there. It belongs on a t-shirt. Put it on a t-shirt. Him bent over. Yeah. So let's see. Okay, there's a couple of news outside of the Diddy. So let's get rid of the Diddy, because done Diddy done Diddy do. You stuck back in a fucking little jail. Done Diddy done Diddy do. Playing with his little tootsie roll. Oh no. Oh no. Not Diddy with the tootsie roll. He's probably celebrating his jail cell. He's probably doing his little, he's like practicing, and he's like all excited, but he's really not gonna get away with it. he has more. There's more to come. The show is not over yet. You think this is just the beginning? There's a lot more. This is it's gonna be very entertaining 2025. Especially the Jay-Z case, because that ties in Diddy too. Diddy is a part of that. He's a part of all that stuff. Like, what happened to Aaliyah? I always felt that she was set up. Like, she died and she was set up. And she died so young too. And I always felt that she was killed. Like, yeah, the plane crashed, right? But I always felt that plane, something was manipulated with that plane. Something was not right with that plane. The luggage that they put was way too heavy, knowing that this plane could only carry a certain amount of weight, but they loaded it up with heavy ass amount of equipment. And the fact they're saying that she was blacked out, that she was drugged on that flight, if that's the case, where's the toxicology report? Prove that she was intoxicated or she was passed out. If it was a form of like a medicine that put her out. Like, what makes you say that? Is there any evidence? Is there video evidence of this? Of them carrying her to the plane or something like this? That's the lack, of evidence. But she's not here with us. She can't tell us, right? But I could listen, and I could see, and I could put a picture to what they're saying in the story and so forth. And I put an image, and then I astral project to that image and just look around. And Aaliyah was just the sacrificial lamb, because she was really good. Oh my God, her music, fire. Good ass music, good movies too. Queen of the Dam was one of my favorite, like kind of like vampirish movies. It was kind of creepy to me too, but it was like so fucking like hot too. It was like a very sexy, like vampiric like movie. And I want to watch it again. I'll probably watch it this weekend. I'll put it on my playlist to watch Queen of the Dam, because I'm thinking about Aaliyah and how they screwed her over, man. Jay-Z, oh man, that story, and the issues that happened with that goes deep. This Jay-Z's not innocent at all either. He's if you think Diddy's bad, if you think the Diddy is bad, you haven't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet, because Jay-Z's worse. He's worse. I can feel the energy. Like, I feel his energy. Like, he's done a lot of like shady, very shady things. And Beyonce is not so innocent too, and she knows where the bodies are buried. Look, even her car, like, she had a concert like not too long ago, and her vehicle is supposed to be like floating in the air, like above the audience. Well, guess what? That car went sideways, and she was kind of like hanging there, like she could have fallen off that car pretty much, but she was on a harness, but the car ended up sideways. That's a sign. Every time I see like things like that, and things happen, everything happens for a reason, right? So these are signs that you pick up. I just feel bad for the children, and I don't, not meaning the Beyonce's children, like her child Ivy or anything like that. No. I feel bad for the children that they corrupted at a young age and done bad stuff to. And that's where everybody's silent. Nobody wants to talk about, because trafficking of minors is a very big problem here in the United States. And it's about time that we start putting these individuals behind bars. And there's a lot of evidence of it. And the fact that it's so silent is what's creepy. What creeps me the fuck out. Because the fact that they brought in millions of kids through that border, and yet can't find them, right? They're all over the place. You don't know who's who these days. You don't know what these kids or what these cars are, or like, it's just how fascinating how they just blended in to our society. I wonder, because they've been freeing up a lot of kids. They've been finding them. Tyson De La Cruz has been doing a great reporting on these minors being freed from their captors. Very awesome reporting. He's a good friend of mine, and I truly support him and his cause and what he does. He does great work. If you can, go subscribe to him. It helps him out. And like I said, you won't regret it. He does upload daily, around the evening time. he over here in the East Coast, it usually comes up like around 10 something, but his time is like 7 something, because he's over on the west side. It's the west side. But he's a good guy. He's there's probably a video I probably need to watch of his. You see, this is Tyson the Cruz. Let me show you real quick. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna clear out some windows here because. Okay, actually, I pushed this over here. Okay, sorry, a little bit behind the scenes. This is Tyson, and he has 91.3K. I'm monitoring it. He's climbing, man. My numbers haven't even moved at all. I'm at 445. Oh man, because you know why? I always said to myself I want my channel to have low numbers, so I did that on purpose to have low numbers. But I think having a couple of thousands wouldn't mind. But let's see what Tyson has that we could check out, because he did put a video last night, and I would like to watch it now because I haven't watched it yet. I'm a bad friend. I'm sorry, Tyson. I'm not a bad friend, but I mean, I fell asleep early. I didn't even do a show yesterday. I went to see Megan 2.0, which I say save your money. Wait till it comes out on one of these services because it's not really worth it. I hate sequels, to be honest with you. Megan Part 1 was so much better, especially the little freaky dance that she did in Megan Part 1. Part 2 is just, I think the little girl from Part 1, well, in Part 2, it sounds like she's going through puberty and her voice is trying to change, so it's kind of like child / like middle age voice, like it's trying to like you're a little confused. And with me, I'm like, it was okay. It was like a great movie, but it was just a movie. Let me go ahead and push this back here, get Tyson up here so we can give me 1 sec as I'm setting it up. All right, I think I'm ready. Okay, let's come over here. Let's bring it big.
State laws cracking down on illegal immigration will go into effect in a matter of weeks.
America, Louisiana just became the first state to make it a crime for government employees to interfere with federal immigration enforcement. Starting August 1st, any public official who obstructs ICE operations faces arrests and prosecution. But here's the kicker. This comes after massive ICE raids across Louisiana, netting over 95 illegal immigrants at casinos and federal construction sites, proving these new laws are desperately needed to stop sanctuary city obstruction.
Wow, that's crazy.
Starting August 1st, a new Louisiana law will make it a crime for any public employee in the state to knowingly interfere in or delay federal immigration procedures.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. While blue states are doubling down on sanctuary city policies that protect criminals, Louisiana is leading a red state revolution that puts American citizens first and makes obstruction of immigration law a felony offense. Let me break down these game-changing laws that go in effect on August 1st, 2025. The first law makes it a crime for any public employee in Louisiana to knowingly interfere with or delay federal immigration proceedings. We're talking about real criminal charges, not just political posturing. University of New Orleans political science professor didn't mince any words about the target. This is a direct message to public officials. Don't interfere or you're going to end up in handcuffs and get dragged away. Finally, consequences for politicians who think that they can obstruct federal law enforcement.
This is a direct message to public officials. Don't interfere or you're going to end up handcuffed and dragged away.
The second law requires state and local agencies to verify citizenship or immigration status before approving benefits like unemployment compensation and food stamps. This is common sense. Why should illegal immigrants get taxpayer-funded benefits while American citizens struggle? The professor explains this represents a fundamental shift. Usually it's the states who are laboratories of policies, and usually it's the federal government who adopts what the states are doing. Now what we're seeing are states adopting what the federal government wants.
Usually it's the other way around. It's the state who are the laboratories. Now what we're seeing are states adopting what the federal government wants.
Speaking of government agencies who are supposed to verify eligibility before handing out benefits, that's exactly what seniors need when dealing with Medicare. Just like Louisiana
Okay, he's
is
going to the
requiring
infomercial
citizenship
here.
verification for state benefits, seniors need
He's
somebody
so
to
slick.
verify that they're getting the right
I told
Medicare
him.
benefits instead of getting ripped off by predatory insurance companies. Look, Louisiana figured out that without proper verification, people who shouldn't get benefits end up getting them, while people who deserve them get screwed over. That's exactly what happens with Medicare. Without proper guidance, seniors who deserve the best coverage end up
He's
in the
slick.
worst
He's going to a
plans while
commercial right
insurance
now.
companies profit. That's where Chapter
You
comes
see,
in.
he's
Just
going
like
to
Louisiana's
commercial.
new
He's so
laws protect
slick.
taxpayers from benefit
He
fraud.
is so
Chapter
good.
protects seniors from Medicare fraud. Their licensed
That is
advisors verify
funny,
that you're getting
Tyson.
the coverage you actually need instead of the coverage that makes insurance companies the
so
most
good.
money. Chapter's experts don't get paid commissions, so they have
Lord.
zero incentive to steer you towards expensive plans.
Tyson,
They're
you're
like having
funny,
your
man.
own personal verification system that makes sure you're getting legitimate
But yeah,
benefits
I
instead
mean-
of getting scammed. Here's the difference. Louisiana's laws stop
I've seen
people
other
from getting
people
benefits
promote
that they
this
don't
also,
deserve.
so it's
Chapter
not just
stops
Tyson.
insurance
There's
companies
other
from selling
people
you coverage you
that
don't
are
need.
promoting
Both
this.
protect honest people from getting ripped off by the system. If you're over 65
So I'm pretty
or
sure
approaching
the
Medicare
system is
eligibility,
telling him
get
to
your
promote
own
this.
verification system. Check out Chapter
And
at
he gets paid, you know.
askchapter.org/Tyson
So it's
or
a
call
good thing for him.
270-467-0614. When everyone else is trying to game
But
the
he's
system,
slick with
you need
it. Like
somebody
I
who
like how
actually
he blends in
verifies
the
you're getting what
story
you deserve. Now,
to
speaking of people getting what they
push him.
deserve, let me show you why Louisiana needed these laws after what ICE found in Delta Downs Casino. These laws didn't come out of nowhere. They came after massive ICE operations proved Louisiana had serious illegal employment problems.
ICE officials say 84 people were arrested at the Delta Downs racetrack near Lake Charles.
On June 17th, ICE arrested over 80 illegal immigrants in Delta Downs racetrack and casino in Vinton, focusing on workers in stables who care for horses. This operation required coordination between ICE, U.S.
Wow.
Border Patrol, Louisiana State Police,
All those
ATF,
people?
and the FBI. Think about that. It took 6 different law enforcement agencies to arrest illegal
Holy
workers at one
shit.
casino because the problem was so massive. According to ICE, authorities received intelligence that businesses were knowingly employing unauthorized workers. This wasn't an accidental hiring.
there's a
This was a
fine.
deliberate exploitation of illegal labor while American workers were denied
they fine
these
you
same
like 500
jobs.
per
Since
person?
President Trump took
It should be
office,
5,000.
ICE raids and arrests have
But
become more
I
visible
think
in
it's
the metro
500 per
area.
person.
Almost 12 Louisiana law enforcement agencies have signed agreements to assist ICE.
ICE stated their goal clearly. Worksite enforcement investigations aim to reduce illegal employment, hold employers accountable, and protect employment opportunities for the lawful workforce.
President Trump signed an executive order back in April directing the Labor Department to prioritize job training in the skilled trades while creating 1 million apprenticeships a year.
That's exactly what these new laws are designed to support. But the casino raids wasn't the worst part. On May 27, 2025, ICE arrested 15 illegal immigrants working in Marabou Water Garden construction site in New Orleans, a federal funded
but they
storm
can't- they
water
could've
management
the right
project
way,
paid for
man.
by American
They
taxpayers.
could be so
Let that
helpful
sink
for
in.
our country.
Illegal immigrants were working on a
But they're
project
illegal.
funded
You
by
have to
your
come back.
tax
You have
dollars
to
while
leave.
American construction workers were looking for jobs. This is exactly the kind of abuse Louisiana's new laws are designed to stop. ICE also conducted raids at massage parlors in Baton Rouge as part of their broader targeted enforcement. The scope of illegal employment
You're going
across
after
Louisiana
everybody.
was staggering, which is
They're
why
not
the
going after the
legislator
criminals
acted
only.
with
They're
these
going after
tough new
everybody.
laws. The acting director of ICE's New
Whoever's
Orleans field
illegal, you're
office
leaving.
explained their approach.
If we're doing a targeted enforcement action and looking to arrest someone, it could be because of their immigration situation, or it could be because they're a public safety threat. It's all going to depend case by case.
Here's what makes Louisiana's approach so effective. Almost a dozen state law enforcement agencies have signed agreements to assist ICE operations. This includes Louisiana's Alcohol and Tobacco Control, Department of Wildlife and Fishery, Military Department, state fire marshals, and state patrol. This is the complete opposite of sanctuary state policies. Instead of obstructing federal immigration enforcement, Louisiana agencies are actively supporting it. New laws ensure this cooperation continues and makes obstruction a criminal offense. The professor notes that Louisiana's Republican-controlled legislature is falling in line with President Trump's push for tighter immigration enforcement. This is what happens when you have state leadership that supports federal law instead of fighting it.
Louisiana's Republican-controlled legislature is falling in line with the president's push for tighter immigration enforcement.
The results speak for themselves. Over 95 arrests across multiple coordinated operations. When state and federal agencies work together instead of against each other, you get real results that protect American communities and American jobs. Louisiana is setting a standard for how red states should handle immigration enforcement, while blue states like California and New York actively obstruct ICE operations. Louisiana is making obstruction a crime punishable by arrests. A recent Pew Research poll found Americans are split 50-49 on using state resources to assist deportations. But Louisiana leadership isn't waiting for national consensus. They're leading by example and protecting their citizens first. The message to other red state governors is clear. If Louisiana criminalizes sanctuary policies and requires citizenship verification for benefits, so can you. This should be a template for immigration enforcement nationwide. These laws also send a message to potential illegal immigrants. Louisiana is not a sanctuary state, and government employees who try to help will face criminal charges themselves. America, Louisiana just fired the first shot in a red state revolution against sanctuary policies. Starting August 1st, any government employee who obstructs immigration enforcement faces criminal prosecution. This isn't symbolic. This is serious law with serious consequences. The massive ICE raids that netted over 95 illegal workers prove these laws were desperately needed. When you have 80 plus illegal immigrants working at a single casino and 15 more on a federal construction project, you have a systematic problem that requires systematic solutions. Louisiana's approach is simple. Cooperate with federal immigration enforcement instead of obstructing it. Verify citizens before handing out taxpayer benefits, and make it a crime for government employees to interfere with ICE operations. Every other red state governor should be calling Louisiana legislators right now, asking for copies of these bills. This is how you actually solve immigration problems instead of just complaining about them. The choice for other states is clear. Follow Louisiana's lead and criminalize sanctuary obstruction, or continue letting illegal immigrants take American jobs while government employees actively help them avoid deportation. I'll keep tracking which states follow Louisiana's revolutionary example. And remember, this is what happens when you elect leaders who put American citizens first instead of virtue signaling about compassion for lawbreakers. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comments section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you, Tyson. That way I don't have to say it. Thank you, Tyson. So I don't have to say it because I never say it like Tyson says it. Like, please subscribe and leave a comment and all this. Leave a like. I mean, I think that should be like up to you. If you want, leave a like. that's a judgment that you make of me. You know, if you want, you don't have to. I mean, leave a comment. They're entertaining. I mean, share your mind. Share what's on your mind. I'm pretty sure you have a lot of thoughts in there. But just share it now, because once the show gets bigger and a lot more people, you're not going to get no attention. I'm letting you know right now, you're getting the most attention right now. Later, you're not, and I see myself growing. So I'm putting myself out of the little league, and I'm gonna start swimming in the shallows. I'm not going to the deep end. Hell no, I'll stay in the shallows. But I'm gonna grow this channel up, and I'm doing it or very organic. I'm going, I'm meeting the right people and talking to the right people and getting to know and collaborating down the lines and stuff like that. It takes time. Popularity. It's. I'm not a Diddy. I don't crave fandom. I don't crave attention. I speak my mind. That's why I named the show the way I did. My Mind Over Your Matter. people take it offensive, and I'm like, okay, well, good for you. Yeah, nothing to do with me. It's my mind over your matter. So, and you can use it too. You can say it, and you're like, yeah, my mind over your matter. Like, it's a phrase for everyone to use for themselves. You know, because it is your mind over everybody else's bullshit. But I didn't want to put bullshit. You know, I didn't say my mind over your bullshit. I didn't want to put bullshit. That's the truth. So I put matter. So my mind over your matter. It's like, yeah, it's that, and I'm gonna be making out some t-shirts, and I have some custom made t-shirts from the show, which has the show logo on it, and it has hello, and then my name, has my name Rick on it. So I have some shirts made out, and down the line when I start getting more popular, the shirts will be produced, more mass production of it. But for right now, I'm just in a shallow. I'm not even I'm barely in the water right now. And I've been doing YouTube for how many years now? Because I always said, because I'm very good psychic. I'm very good everything, energy reading. I everything I say I can manifest. I'm very good. When I say I wanted my channel little, I kept it little. 445 in the amount of years that I've been on YouTube is an accomplishment, okay? But now I want to make this channel grow. And now you're going to see the reflection of, you had my attention, now here comes more. Because you're not going to have that much of attention from me. Because there's going to be other people that are going to want my attention. So, and it's all good. Yeah. What's that? The jurors are idiots. Yeah, the jurors are fucking. I can't believe the jurors. Like, to be honest with you, Van Allen, I feel like the everything was tainted. I feel like the Diddy case, like, since we're talking about Diddy, let's just take it to the diddler. Let's just, since we're going back to talking about him. No, I don't want to put myself too next to him. That looks weird. I'm okay with up here. Actually, maybe let's make it little. Man, I don't know. It's just the jury. I think the jury fucked up, right? And you knew it was a fuck up from the beginning, right? Because the first question they asked. What was the first question they asked? And it was like a really because they couldn't get that damn Rico right, and I think they had a problem with one of the jurors, that he wasn't following instructions and stuff, whatever. Like he wasn't and I think he was pretty adamant about, and I think he was the holdup in that Rico, and he was the holdout saying, yeah, this is Rico, this is but since they want to, they send them back and they want an anonymous, and they want to end this case because they've been in that courthouse Monday through Friday for how many weeks now. It's ridiculous. I feel, and I truly feel, because remember how juror was 6, always with that 6 number, right? I think it was juror 6 and 7. It was one of those two, right? That they got kicked. Because I think the one that said that he lived in the Bronx, and then in reality he lives in New Jersey or something like that. Kind of reminds me of AOC, because AOC says that she's from the Bronx, right? She was born and raised in the Bronx, but the bitch was living in Yorktown. And Yorktown is not the Bronx at all. Hell no. It's nowhere near the Bronx. Yorktown? Are you kidding me? That's like night and day. She went to like the greener side of freaking New York, like the cleaner side and more educated side too. Like the Bronx, that girl was not raised in no Bronx, and she could jump around like Kermit the Frog all she wants, but she could act like Red from Fraggle Rock. I really don't give a fuck. She's not gonna be president of the United States, never. And the fact that she's gonna try to attempt in 2028 is laughable. It's laughable. It's so laughable. It kind of reminds me of this picture right here. What the fuck is Diddy doing here? Like, and the artist, right? Because he had to like stand there for like sit like in that position for a while, so the artist could really, because this is really detailed, right? Don't you think this picture is just too detailed? And like for this scene, like to get it this accurate like this, like it's an image like what they keep, because this is a federal court and there's no pictures allowed, no cameras allowed, no electronic devices allowed. Like you're not even allowed to bring cell phones into the courtroom. You're not allowed to like a lot of like things. There's no cameras, which I think that's a mistake. I think since this is a federal court, I really think cameras should be allowed because the taxpayers are paying for this, and the taxpayers have every right to see how their money is being spent. And I see how Diddy on his knees. Is this virtual signaling? What do you think? Do you think this is like a virtual signaling? He's sending a message to all the other ones out there, like Jay-Z, because he's tied in with the Jay-Z. That's the thing, because they didn't get him on Rico here, but I think Diddy is a Fed, right? And I think he's gonna rat out Jay-Z because Jay-Z was very quiet because he's really good friends with Diddy, right? But he's been too quiet about Diddy, and he has not been supportive of Diddy at all. And how can you be good friends and yet not support one another, especially in the time of need like this? Kind of throws up red flags, right? It kind of makes you like Diddy get on this position, right? This is one of the weirdest positions I've ever seen any portrait coming out of a courthouse in my life. I've never seen anything like this ever in my life until today. And I want you to take a good look at it and what you think, like what comes to your mind when you see this portrait. You can leave a comment anytime, or you can leave it and, let me know anytime. But this position screams out a lot. I'm just saying, like, look where the knees are at. Look where his butt is. Look at his feet, right? Look at the toes, how they're pointed downwards. Like they're kind of like arched, like they're kind of, let me make myself big. They're kind of like pointed, like I can't do it in my hand, but I'm just saying, like they're not like downwards, like how you would put your feet like on a downward side. No, they're like really pointed like this, and then he's like arching his back and putting his butt out like that, and like, and the way he's on the chair and he's like this, he's like, I'm like, what is this? Is disturbing. The portrait alone is already disturbing. It's bringing me freak off. Like, what's going on here? Diddy's like, is this the new bat signal for freak offs? This is the new bat signal for freak offs? So when you see this, you're going to a freak off. I don't know. That's disturbing. Like, why is he under the desk? Just help me make it make sense. Is he under the desk? And he's like, I don't know. I mean, you could put it to your own assumption, right? You could put it to your own imagination, but is this guy under the desk? I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to think anymore. I don't know. I gotta get off let me get off this portrait because it's I don't know. I don't know. Like the family. I don't know who's like what's going on, right? Because like the family sent to get a $1 million bond for to get Diddy out, and that's what they try to push to the judge. They wanted to give $1 million to bond him out, right? I think there's a problem, right? Because there's more to the story. I think this is just a tease just to get a reaction, right? But I think there's something bigger down the pipeline. That's why they didn't want to let him loose. That's why they didn't let him go. For something like this, they would have probably, house arrest and sent him out. But he's too much risk to the public. They specified it in court. They said, even his lawyers admitted he's very violent. He's a violent person. It was said in court. That's damning. That's very damning. And the judge even said it to the defense. It's like, listen, you even said it very like loudly, and we got it on the record that he's a very violent person. And you mentioned it not only once but a few times. So why would I let out a violent person into society? Train of truth. Yeah. I wouldn't let his ass out at all. Nah, you don't let out menace to societies out. You keep him in, especially that he has other court cases and other charges that are probably coming down the pipeline. And I'm telling you, he's gonna be tied into this Jay-Z. Remember, RICO is a big enterprise that look, the train of truth. The RICO charge, they could get him with Jay-Z, and Diddy could be like the snitch and snitch out, and then he's gonna get out of jail, and then he's gonna fuck over Jay-Z and all these other people. I mean, I don't trust Diddy at all, man. He's very slick. He's shy. He's an agent, It's like screams out agent, man. But that's my thought. I'm gonna wrap up the show because I've been on here for 4 hours, and that's the most I've done since I came back. I'm tired. Fireworks here. It's that time for fireworks. I'm not blinding no fireworks. But I'm gonna watch let me see, what am I gonna watch tonight? I know what I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch Squid Games. The 3rd season came out of Squid Games, so I'm gonna watch that tonight. I really like the first 2, and I'm very, very interested in watching the 3rd season on Netflix. So I want to wish everybody a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night wherever you're at. I'll definitely catch everybody on the flip side. I'll be back on tomorrow just to see what happens, because the energy is very freaking weird. Just been a lot of weird things going on, and I want everything to be safe this 4th of July, but something doesn't seem right. When something don't smell right, it don't smell right, right? It smells. If something smells like shit, it's shit. Like Diddy's trial. When Diddy's trial smelled like shit, it's shit. The fact that they showed the weapons, the scratched up serial numbers, which is super illegal. If I was to do that, oh man, I'd be seeing time. Oh my God. If you did that, oh boy. The years you would get in jail if you was to scratch out the serial numbers of a weapon and retain that weapon. Oh my goodness.
it's not here or there. I'm gonna wrap up the show because I'm tired. So you guys have a good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.